and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Peace be upon
We
with
meet
you.
again on the second day of the
نلتقي
Digital
اليوم.
Technology Forum. And we will take you today on an enriching journey that will discuss and explore the ways of enabling local technology products. And as you know from the first day, this year's forum is focusing in blockchain technology. To kick off today's program, we are pleased to have Dr. Khalid Shithri, the General Manager of Emerging Technologies and CITC, to deliver the opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, I have a great pleasure to introduce to you the second day of the Digital Technology Forum, which is held or hosted by CITC in partnership with MCIT, Saudi Experts Development Authority, and the local Content and Government Procurement Authority. Yesterday, we looked into the government role in supporting the local tech products, shed the light into successful stories, and explored enablement programs along with the future technologies trends. One of the prominent and promising technologies in enabling the local product is blockchain. Today, we have experts over the globe as well as in the region together to highlight the opportunities that blockchain unleashes for both the public as well as the private sectors. Then we will explore the latest technology, the latest blockchain technology trends. We aim to showcase how the blockchain is being adopted across industries. What are the benefits and the challenges, and to learn more about blockchain technology trends, including Web3, Metaverse, and how it impacts the entire digital economy. Our main goal is to achieve our ambitious vision, Vision 2030, as well as to accomplish CITC vision, a connected nation for thriving digital economy. CITC, with collaboration with all market players and stakeholders, has worked hand in hand to push the IT adoption further into all markets. This has resulted in increasing the size of the IT market to exceed the size of the telecom market for the first time of Saudi Arabia's history. In numbers, the Saudi IT market, the IT market size has been growing exponentially from 59 billion Saudi riyal in 2019, reaching to 73 Saudi billion riyal in 2021, with annual growth rate of 13.9%. And we expect this market size to be increasing sharply to reach 103 billion Saudi riyal in 2025. One of the main drivers to reach this number is the emerging technologies adoption. And the blockchain is going to play a huge role in achieving this goal. With expectation to reach 1 Saudi billion riyal market size in 2025, this is just for the blockchain market. with a compound annual growth rate of 41%. Focusing on blockchain in this forum comes from CITC's role as a regulator, as an enabler for emerging technologies. CITC today is going to publish 2 blockchain documents. The first one is the blockchain guidelines, which aims to give a guide for the executives and architects into the best practices to adopt the blockchain. The other document is a blockchain study, which aims to increase the blockchain awareness and highlights the opportunities for the blockchain adoption locally as well as globally. Furthermore, CITC has targeted the blockchain use cases to join the CITC ET Sandbox that has been launched just recently. The ET Sandbox provides the blockchain as well as all other emerging technologies such as the IoT, digital twin, and the others, providers the opportunity to have a free and stimulating environment to provide innovative business models, solutions, and services. Today, you all invited to have one-to-one sessions with our experts by 4 p.m. This is a great opportunity for all of us to get the benefit of their experience in the blockchain world. Finally, I would like to thank all of you attending this forum, and special thanks for our esteemed speakers as well as the exhibitors for sharing their knowledge and experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Our expectation and aspiration of future technologies will be tackled in the presentation Blockchain, Promises versus Reality, which will be presented by Mr. Paul Brody, the global blockchain leader at E&Y.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the warm welcome here. It's really an honor to be invited to present. And I want to share with you my enthusiasm because blockchain has a great tradition of over-promising and under-delivering. And so you can sometimes be forgiven for wondering, why is this technology not living up to expectations? And that's what I want to talk about today, because the expectations are really, really high. And let me start maybe with mostly the positive part, because I believe long-term the value proposition of blockchain is enormous. I believe this technology will absolutely transform business to business and business to government transactions. So let's start with the promise. What's the big deal? So in technology markets, we are still in the early phases of blockchain adoption. I think that we are actually just past what I would call the inflection point. The inflection point comes when you get started with a technology, you get very excited about it, and then you realize, wow, this is actually way more difficult than I thought it was going to be. And then you get to a point where some solutions, not all the solutions, but some solutions are starting to be useful and widely adopted. I think of that as the inflection point, and then you go into a period of what's called mainstream adoption, and that's where we're headed. And then eventually you get to the late adopters. But we are now in this period, we're just entering this period of mainstream adoption where every year more and more enterprises and corporations are adopting this technology. And just to give you a sense of how quickly it's growing, I gave a talk a couple of months ago to a group of board members in the US, and I told them, hey, let me give you an example of how much this has grown. The last time I came to speak to you was 2 years ago, right before the start of the pandemic. Our business in blockchain is 40 times larger than it was when I last spoke to you. 40 times in 2 years, which is a really extraordinary number, right? Granted, starting from a low base, but that's the kind of growth you get early on. So how do we sort through all the incredible promises? It doesn't matter what you read. Whenever there's a problem in the world, if you read the blockchain press, you'll read some article saying, blockchain can solve this problem. It cannot solve all these problems. It cannot fix elections. I do think it will be transformational in supply chain management. I think it will be absolutely transformational in finance. I think it will completely change how we understand where our products and services come from. And I think it will also have a big impact on ESG. It is going to become the world's ESG marketplace. So there's a lot of reason to be excited about blockchain, right? Not all of it's good, right? El Salvador is a good example of a country that sort of went all in on blockchain. Many people there are not happy about it, right? And in fact, I don't think that cryptocurrencies are likely to replace national currencies, right? And in fact, I saw a survey in El Salvador from yesterday that said that 70% of the population is unhappy with the government investment in Bitcoin. Right. Nonetheless, blockchains are going to transform global industries. And in particular, there's 3 things that are really worth understanding about their transformational potential. Number 1, tokenization. All assets, real, imaginary, we will be able to represent these as digital tokens. Secondly, smart contracts. Smart contracts are really useful because they allow us to set up the rules around the interaction between parties and the exchange of tokens or assets. And then lastly, decentralization, the power, the value proposition of not having a single centralized entity in charge of something. Now, let me start with the first 2 items because they are really important. If you think about commerce of any kind, almost all transactions basically boil down to, I've got money, you've got stuff, and I'm exchanging my money for your stuff under the terms of an agreement. Right? That's that simple. Now, sometimes it's very simple. It's just a direct swap. But oftentimes, if you're an enterprise or a government agency, you have rules attached to those agreements, right? You get volume discounts, you get rebates, you have to pay in a certain period of time. Those rules can be represented as smart contracts. So basically, if you think about it, just about any kind of product can be represented, any kind of business agreement can be represented as smart contract managing the exchange of different kinds of tokens. Money tokens for thing tokens, or product tokens, or service tokens. Now, tokenizations and smart contracts actually fill a really important gap in the way enterprises and governments work today. Inside organizations, we have ERP. How many of you have worked with ERP systems? Right? Kind of traumatic. But they work really well, and they are useful for getting everybody inside the organization to agree upon same facts, same process, same rules. All of that falls apart when we start interacting with other organizations, right? The minute we go across the enterprise boundary, we go from a fully computerized system where all the process and data is the same to one where we're like sending a PDF file and then they're re-entering that data manually. All the sophistication of that interaction, all the digital components disappear. Right? And so business-to-business agreements or government-to-business agreements actually need multiple parties. Right? They often have shared facts and shared logic. And with a blockchain, which transcends any one organization, we can have some of that brain power, the value proposition of ERP extending across the enterprise boundary. Right? So if you think about a supply chain, right, not only can we know where everything comes from, but we can actually represent all the products and components of a supply chain, and we can do so in a way that's much more continuous and reliable. So if you think about something like your smartphone, right, that starts as a battery and a CPU and a display, and each one of those can be tokens. They get passed to the manufacturing organization, they get assembled into a new product and transported and so on. Now today, in a traditional enterprise model, all of this data gets re-entered every single time, and it's no surprise as you go along the way that all the data gets messed up and it gets entered incorrectly and it gets lost and it becomes difficult to track. So it's funny, like if you ask a company, how much money do you have in the bank account, they know. If you ask them how much inventory, they say, oh, about 3 weeks, right? Banks require reconciliation. You put money somewhere, you take it out from somewhere else. Most enterprise inventory systems don't, but a blockchain applies the same discipline to any asset token as it does to money. And that's extremely valuable, right? By the way, let me give you a sense of how useful it is with an actual case example from Microsoft. So EY built a smart contracting system for Microsoft. Microsoft makes the Xbox video game network. Some of you have Xbox at home, or you have kids that are buying lots of Xbox games. Microsoft has something like 30,000 separate contracts with suppliers of video games. Sometimes they're very big companies, sometimes they're very small ones, right? Each one of those contracts is different, and it takes Microsoft, or it used to take them, 45 days after the end of the month to produce an account statement for each business partner. This is how much we owe you, this is how many of your games we sold. When we moved those to blockchain-based smart contracts, the whole process went from 45 days to under 2 minutes. That's pretty good improvement, right? Not only did we cut the process cycle time by 99%, we also cut the cost by about half, right? And we made the process much more transparent. So any company could see at almost any time of the month exactly how they were doing in their business relationship with Microsoft. That's incredibly valuable, right? And it gives you a sense for how powerful blockchain can be for just about any business process. One of the things that you have probably experienced is that companies and governments are great at negotiating deals, right? They're tough about negotiating the deals. 5 minutes after they've signed the deals, they've forgotten all the terms and conditions, right? The beauty of a blockchain and a smart contract is it always remembers the agreement that you made and applies it. So ultimately, I think just about every business transaction can be boiled down to tokens and smart contracts managed with analytics and information, right? And our own forecast is that if blockchain technology is adopted at about the same rate as cloud computing, by 2030, 50% of all business transactions will be on the blockchain. 50%, right? So that's a pretty large number. Now, one of the things that we see a lot at EY is that blockchains will eventually do for enterprises or networks of enterprises what ERP did inside the enterprise. It will connect all these pieces together, right? So blockchains, if this promise is so enormous, why is the reality today so kind of disappointing, right? So many frauds, right? There are more frauds and pyramid schemes in the world of blockchain than all the governments in the world probably have prosecutors to go after, right? And I think that's, to some degree at least, kind of normal in a new technology. There's always con artists out there. Secondly, extreme focus on finance. The purpose of finance is to give capital to the people who do productive, useful things with it. And there are times I feel like when I look at blockchain and it just seems like one kind of imaginary money being chased after another. Not really useful for society. Right? And then you have things like NFTs where people are spending $1 million to buy a little digital collectible. I guess it's cute, it's art, it's all subjective, but to me it doesn't feel like it's immensely useful for society. So what's holding blockchain technology back? Let's talk about that. I think there's 4 things that are holding blockchain technology back, but there's one that's more important than all of the others, which is trust and decentralization. Right? Why is it that blockchains are so important and difficult to manage and challenging? The answer is because everything that you can do on a blockchain, you can do without a blockchain. So you should reasonably ask yourself, why should you invest in putting a solution on a blockchain when it's actually quite complicated to do and hard to implement? The answer is that centralized systems tend to get abused, especially in the commercial context. It's not an accident that centralized business networks tend to become monopolies. Amazon, Uber, eBay, you name it, large companies, we live in kind of the golden age of digital monopolies. And these companies, they start out with great intentions. They're connecting buyers and sellers, drivers and riders, right? But eventually they get a lot of power and they realize, I can charge more. I can charge way more. And sure enough, over time, they go from helpfully connecting buyers and sellers to extracting almost all the value from the ecosystem. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of enterprises fundamentally distrust these centralized marketplaces. They are terrified that one day they will wake up just like a taxi company in Uber's world, right? It's not a happy ending. So the value proposition of blockchain is decentralization. You can only succeed, you can only use blockchain if you believe in the value proposition of decentralization. Now, the biggest danger in the world of blockchain are all the people who will tell you that they can deliver to you a private or permissioned blockchain. The number one thing that every company, government agency, everybody wants to do is start their own blockchain. And this is not a successful practice. Right? And now it seems great, like, oh, I can have all the value of blockchain, but I can manage it, I can control the risk. The problem with that is that a centralized blockchain doesn't really make any sense. What is the point of having a centrally run, decentralized system? It's kind of doesn't make sense. And by the way, centrally run, privately run blockchains have a pretty much 100% failure rate. Right? And we did a survey of 250 companies that had done private blockchains, right? And of those 250, 1% were member of a consortium. 30% or so had agreed to join somebody else's blockchain. And fully 2/3 tried to start their own. Now, what that means mathematically is that the average privately run blockchain has 1.5 users, the founder and possibly half of another user. That's not a successful network, right? Nobody wants to join somebody else's network. Everyone wants to start their own. It's like trying, if everybody decides to have a party on the same evening, you're not going to have any guests. Right. So only public blockchains, only properly decentralized blockchains are actually useful, but they are difficult to implement, right? One problem is, what blockchain should I use? There are so many of them. This is a chart of blockchain market share, and you look at all these different blockchains, you're like, how on earth do I know which one to use? And by the way, all of these blockchains have armies of followers on Twitter who will tell you that you're making a terrible choice if you use something else, right? In reality, actually, there is just one blockchain that's worth investing in your time and energy. It's called Ethereum. It is the largest public blockchain, 95% of all NFTs, 70% of all DeFi, 3 times more software developers than anywhere else. Now, everybody who's smart about technology will tell you, oh, Ethereum's not the best blockchain. Let me tell you, Windows not the best operating system. Doesn't matter, right? We use the one that's most widely available, not the one that's most technologically perfect. Right? People worry a lot about transaction scalability. Can we solve it? The answer is, at least for the moment, the problem of scalability is solved. Right? We can do tens of millions of transactions a day. We will soon be able to do hundreds of millions. Now, I think the scalability question will come back because our own forecast is that to bring major industries into the world of blockchain, we need to be able to do about 4 to 6 billion transactions a day. But like all technologies, it improves over time. Right. We're still early on in this process, but the other biggest challenge in the world of blockchain is privacy. And I want to be very clear when I talk about privacy. I'm not talking about privacy from regulators. I'm not talking about freedom to launder money or engage in criminal activity. I'm talking about privacy from your competition. Right? If you're an enterprise, the last thing you want to do is have a public transaction on a public blockchain where your competition can see what you're buying and how much you're paying. Right? Even government agencies don't always want to disclose what they're buying and how much they're paying. So you have to have privacy on a public blockchain. And the way the blockchains work, sort of by default, there is no privacy. Right? By the way, this is why you go talk to the FBI in the United States. They love it when criminals use Bitcoin, because you're leaving a public record of all of your illegal activity. Once I figure out what your address is, I know exactly what you did. Now, in the world of blockchain, you have to have some privacy, and that's one of the things that's starting to mature very nicely. A year ago or 2 years ago, there was no feasible way to do a truly private commercial transaction on a public blockchain. Today, we can start to do fully private transactions with shared business rules. So think about something like an enterprise purchase agreement or a government procurement agreement where you have a volume discount. For the first time, we can start to do those things with privacy on a public blockchain and have everything be executed automatically. That means that if you're supposed to get a discount after a certain volume, you can make a smart contract that automatically makes sure that you always get that discount. That's really valuable, and we're starting to get there. Right? Privacy technology is really, really important to us. EY is a very, very big investor in this technology. We have a couple that we've put together called Nightfall, which allows for private transactions, and another one called Starlight, which allows for private business logic. Both of those we have donated into the public domain. Anyone can use them completely free of charge. The last thing I want to talk about is regulatory clarity and central bank digital currencies. So regulatory clarity is the most important thing we get asked about by our clients. We talk to banks, investors, large corporations all the time, and what they tell us is we don't think we can invest in blockchain technology until there's some clear positive rules. And I will tell you, they are coming, but somewhat imperfectly, right? The most important ones are getting focused on around stable coins, right? Dollar tokens, euro tokens, that kind of thing. And we will see a path forward in that. The European Union has some good legislation. Japan has an outstanding regulatory regime worth looking at as well. Central bank digital currencies are, I think, for me, a little bit of a different matter. So every government wants to have one. There's something like 41 countries that are doing research, and I think at last count, maybe 9 or 10 that have actually launched. I personally expect central bank digital currencies to not be very successful. Most central banks don't want to deploy their CBDCs on a public blockchain. But that's where people want to actually use digital currency. And so governments are not going to make this technology available in a way that users want to get it. Right? And I understand government security reasons for doing so, but I think as a result, if you don't have a properly decentralized system, if you don't offer privacy, and you don't allow these things to be put into smart contract programs, they're unlikely to be used widely by individuals or corporations. So let me finish up with kind of 3 important thoughts, because I could spend like 4 hours talking about this, but I'm told I only have 25 minutes. 3 things I hope I'll leave you with. Number 1, have a sense of the level of growth that is coming. Number 2, think about when to engage. And number 3, how do we avoid learning the wrong lessons from mistakes? Because every organization, ours included, is going to make mistakes along the way. First point I would make is this. When a new technology enters into what I would call the mainstream adoption phase, it typically goes through about 15 years of growth. Something on the order of 27% a year. So $1 of market share in year 1 is worth almost $40 15 years later. Right? People have a hard time believing that, but if you think about the size of blockchain, that means that, it could be as big by 2037. The capital size of the blockchain ecosystem could be as large as the global stock market. Right? Now, and by the way, that's not a crazy forecast because it's not any different than what you would see if you looked at the growth rate of ERP systems or cellular phones. Secondly, think about when to get started. And the answer, by the way, is now or maybe yesterday. So one of the most important lessons that you can learn from large companies that are market leaders is almost all of them came to lead a segment of the market early on in the market development. And once they got there, it was really hard to dislodge them, right? Microsoft has been the leading vendor of PC operating systems for over 30 years. Does this mean that no one can come up with a better product in 30 years' time? That does not mean that. What it does mean is that once you become a leader in a marketplace, it is really hard to knock people out of that position. So if you're not going quickly at the beginning, you're at risk of struggling for the next 25 years to take a leading position. It doesn't always happen like that, but it often happens like that. And then the last thing I would say is that there is no substitute for doing, trying, and failing. There are a lot of organizations that say, oh, we should wait, or I've heard this expression, we tried it and it didn't work. We've tried it and it doesn't work doesn't mean that a technology is useless or can't be adopted. It we tried it and it didn't work means we need to try again. Right? They say this at Amazon, and it's really, really true. There's no compression algorithm for experience. There's no substitute for doing, learning, and figuring it out. So if the choice is, shall I study something, or shall I try to do something and figure it out and maybe do the wrong thing and then try again, the second one is the much better choice, because you will get experience along the way for which there is absolutely no substitute. So thank you all so much for your attention. I hope this was useful, and I'll be in the exhibition a little bit this afternoon as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brody, for this insightful presentation. Governments nowadays depend on technology to govern their businesses. This topic will be discussed thoroughly in the upcoming exciting session, Harnessing the Power of Blockchain for Digital Government. I'd like to welcome the panelist and the moderator, Dr. Hisham bin Abbas, blockchain expert and policy advisory board.
السلام عليكم، حياكم الله جميعا في هذا اللقاء وسعيد بلقائكم. وأود أن نلقي الضوء على موضوع الحكومة الرقمية ودور البلوكشين في هذه التقنية. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us in this session that will be discussing the harnessing of the power of blockchain for digital government. Please welcome with me our guest speakers, Mr. Anthony Butler from IBM. He is the Chief Technology Officer. Also, our second speaker, Mr. Maniral Manohar. He is the CTO and co-founder from Casper Labs. Our last speaker, Mr. Sharif Al-Malt, from Oracle, and he is the public sector industry leader. Thank you for joining us. Nice time to hear you. Actually, the topic of today to discuss the role of blockchain for government or digital government. When we say digital government, we know that technologies play a vital role in this regard, including all emerging technologies. Blockchain is one of these emerging technologies, and we know that it must have a very prominent role in that one. However, maybe we don't see the relationship clear between government and blockchain, as we can see here. Not too many cases of adoptions by government. So let me start by a simple question. Maybe I start with Mr. Anthony about what can blockchain offer for governments and how can government benefit from this technology?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hisham. So I think I'll start with a question as to what is the role of government? And government is, when we think about government, we might think about it as an entity that makes rules, an entity that adjudicates in disputes, an entity that enforces certain rules and regulations on the society or business. But fundamentally, I think government is about manufacturing trust. So if you look at how government appeared, it appeared to allow humans to trust one another, to provide rules, and when we have a dispute, to be the arbitrator that decides who is right, who is wrong through the court system. So a big part of government is creating and maintaining this trust in society. Now, if we look at what blockchain does and solves, part of the problem that blockchain solves is how do we create trust? How do we enable people to trust the supply chain? How do we enable counterparties to trust one another? And by doing so, we can do it in a way that doesn't require intermediaries. It removes a lot of inefficiencies, and it allows us to reimagine what government might look like. Because many of the functions that we have in government today could potentially be made more efficient and more effective if some of those elements move to blockchain-based solutions or blockchain-based approaches. So I think there is a very, very fundamental relationship between government and blockchain. And I think blockchain is definitely something that forward-looking governments should be looking to as to how they can reimagine the business of government in a way that is more efficient, more effective, and ultimately delivers a better outcome to the constituents, whether those are individuals, businesses, or other counterparties and stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But can you just give us your opinion regarding the speed of adoption of blockchain by government? Do you think it is in the right way, or it should be a little bit faster, or maybe this is normal adoption, normal acceleration for adoption?
So I think all technologies tend to follow an S-curve in terms of how they're adopted, and I think Paul Brody, he mentioned that as well. And I think we're at an inflection point. And some technologies tend to be driven by the private sector, other technologies tend to be driven or adopted more aggressively by the public sector. And I certainly think that government can accelerate in terms of adoption. There's certainly a great deal of potential. And I think some of the reasons perhaps why government hasn't been a leading adopter of blockchain is because in some ways, in order to deploy so the natural impulse of government perhaps might be to create our own blockchain. Whereas blockchain is by definition something that is open and needs to be distributed and decentralized. So maybe it's taken time for government to understand what is the optimum path for government to adopt this technology. So I think there's some complexities around blockchain that perhaps have made it more challenging for some governments to adopt at the same speed. Okay,
thank you. For Mr. Mineral, I'm saying your name right? Mineral. Renal, yeah. Renal. Okay, sorry. Can you just explain to us about what is the difference between blockchain technology and traditional alternatives? So why government should invest, for example, to go to the blockchain technology while they can do some services using traditional systems?
Yeah, so blockchain gives you two things that no other technology gives you.
I don't know, is the microphone?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Oh, wow, overcorrected there. So blockchain gives you two things that no other technology gives you, and only two things, really. The first thing is it gives you the best form of copy protection, meaning if you think about it, why didn't digital money exist before? It's the same problem that plagued MP3s and movies, right? You have a song, I can right-click, hit copy, right-click again, hit paste. What blockchain does is because it's decentralized and has several people voting on whether something is unique, it gives you a unique version of copy protection and authenticity. Goes back to the principle of trust, that both Anthony and Paul discussed. The second thing it gives you is a unique time-stamping mechanism. The sequence of events is completely transparent and immutable and cannot be changed. So why this is really useful for governments is because if you think about things that governments have that have tons of overhead, for example, land deeds, licenses, college degree certificates, even like law and order, all of these systems are highly inefficient because there's a lot of inefficiency created to ensure that something is a legitimate version of whatever you're measuring, whether it's a degree certificate, and that it happened at the time that was suggested. If you think about the size of the staff that any government agency has, to both say this is authentic and it happened at this time, it's pretty massive. If you can get a technology that automates that, you have excised so much cost and added a ton of trust. So, these are just some examples of government operations that really, really benefit both from copy protection as well as timestamping. And so just stepping back, those are the two things that blockchain gives you that we really haven't had a computerized technology give us that before. And that's why we never had digital money before. Because, if we didn't have copy protection, anyone could right-click a Bitcoin, hit copy, right-click it again, and hit paste. You cannot do that on a blockchain.
Thank you. So the blockchain is not a luxury. I think it is very important because it can provide other services traditional technologies cannot or has kind of limitations of that.
Correct. Other technologies can, but the level of manual overhead and replication of effort is very, very high. Blockchain does it in an automated way, and especially for some things, the level of replication of effort would be so high that it almost would become untenable. So both you can reduce cost of certain government services by orders of magnitude, and you can also create government services like universal ID, et cetera, that's automated on a phone, for example, that really wouldn't be safe without blockchain technology.
Okay, thank you. So this will lead us to a question about the use cases of blockchain, how this technology can provide in terms of application that benefit government. So I might go to Mr. Sharif Al-Malk. As an expert of blockchain, can you just give us some samples, some examples for application, implementation, whether in the region, Saudi Arabia or outside, about how people utilize blockchain for to support business, specifically for government?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Hisham. Thanks for CITC for this great forum where we have the opportunity to share the ideas and bring the latest technologies with great vision from CITC, as we heard yesterday from His Excellency Dr. Tamimi, that although CITC consider as a regulator, but they are bringing the innovation as well, so we innovate before regulate. If we are talking in specific for the public sector or the government, we have different types of services in the government, G2G, G2C, and G2B. So we have different use cases can be introduced to the market. If I may start with a concept, blockchain started for a specific reason, for the cryptocurrency at certain point of time. Most of our use cases are supporting the commercial business. So when we are bringing blockchain to the government, it should be regulated because government is the trust. So you have to set the right foundation for the dealing. And it is more of design concept. It is not only a technology. People dealing with blockchain should consider the new types of business processes and business models that we will be introduced to the market, and accordingly start deploying the technology to be in the right context. So one of the great use cases that we are working in Oracle on it, and it has a great impact for our customers in the public sector, what we call tracking assets. So before track and traceability was focusing only on the IoT, but introducing new business models like PPP, private-public partnership, so the government start to partner with the private sector, so the assets is not owned by the government itself, and we start building the cycle from the manufacturer, the asset owner, the entity, maybe a municipality, and the operator. Here we are creating what we call distributed ledger, and here the blockchain can add a great value in terms of accessing the right data in a real time, of course, the security by tokenization, and make sure that we have a sustainable business model if we change one of the ecosystem, the operator or the supplier itself. So it gives a full visibility, or what we call 360 view about the asset and its maintenance and its lifetime.
Okay, thank you very much. And Also, Mr. Anthony, if you can just add some, from your experience, some use cases also, because I think this is very important to accelerate the adoption and also to bridge the gap about having this technology and seeing realized in a live implementation.
Sure.
So if you can just share.
So I think one of the areas that is perhaps most mature, but it's interesting, but it's not the most interesting, but that is tokenization. So being able to tokenize different assets such as land title, beneficial ownership of companies, etc. This is one area where I've seen a lot of interest and some growing adoption by governments. But what I think is probably the most interesting area, which is also probably the most futuristic, is there's a concept that some of you may have heard of decentralized autonomous organizations. So a new type of organizational form different to a company that exists as a native institution on the blockchain. So using smart contracts to govern the rules of the organization, where you can contribute money, you can vote, and this organization can engage in economic activity. And so you can see, for example, there was just as a very simple example, there was a group of people who got together who decided they wanted to buy a copy of the Constitution of the United States. They created this decentralized organization. They donated money to it using a digital form of currency. And then this organization was able to act as an economic actor and try and bid and procure this asset, which is a very simple example. Now, what does that mean for government? One of the interesting use cases is around funding of research, particularly within the biotech industry. And there are many, many inefficiencies that exist within biotech and the pharmaceutical world, many of which became apparent during COVID, where we saw how quickly we were able to get a vaccine to market. That is not the normal speed at which we operate. And so there was a lot of thinking around how can we drive more efficiency into this part of the economy. And as part of that, there was a realization or a hypothesis that the way in which we fund a lot of this research is not efficient. So there's some very interesting work that's happening at the moment to create decentralized organizations focused, for example, on life extension technologies that the private sector invests in. They issue tokens to raise funds. They then make decisions around what research they invest in, and then they will eventually monetize the proceeds of that research through some innovative approaches to the tokenization of intellectual property. So this is a very broad, complex area, but I think it's very interesting from a government perspective, because if you look at what's happening in much of the world, there is a focus on privatization. How can we move functions from the public sector to the private sector, because they will be more efficient? And this is something that's been going on for decades in many parts of the world. So in some sense, these decentralized organizations are a next generation PPP, or an evolution of that concept, where we can start to not only move government functions to the private sector, but do it in a way that is more collaborative, that is able to marshal the creative energies of a much broader population of people, and do it in a way that is also much more cost effective and much more efficient. So I think this is one of the really, really exciting areas from a public sector perspective, and also obviously from a privatization perspective. So how can we leverage some of the research and the emerging capabilities in DAOs and apply that to government?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Milan, you want to add anything from your perspective? Any success stories that you have been through or maybe aware of?
Yeah, I think that was fairly comprehensive. If I was going to add one more use case that we're seeing a lot of and that we're doing with governments is governments actually have a huge working capital problem. So if you take a regular company and you think about their accounts payable to their vendors, usually the terms are 30 days or 45 days. If you take a typical government, now Saudi Arabia is much better than the rest of the world. It's probably around 4 months to 5 months. But you take like most countries, it's 9 to 12 months. And if you think about that, that's 9 to 12 months of economic delay within your system, meaning your vendors, which are private companies within your economy, are not getting the benefits of government spending as fast as they can. Now, the solution to this problem is take that risk off of the government's balance sheet. The reason you're not able to do that is because proving the authenticity of that accounts payable contract and when it arose is kind of impossible. If you create that technology, investment banks, private equity, hedge funds, every single private financial institution will take that risk off of government's balance sheets. We're talking trillions of dollars here. And so that use case is basically called factoring. And so I just add that as a really, really big use case, because solving the working capital problem of governments will really, really help grow economies faster once policy is introduced.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sharif, do you have some experience with globally government who has successfully implemented blockchain technology for their central government, for example? It doesn't have to be in the region, but in general, and why you think this is a successful implementation, if you have some cases from your background?
As we heard, everybody is talking about the technology. The adoption is still not up to that level. When it comes to governments globally, one of the key benefits of blockchain you have to consider, which is the openness and the transparency without any regulator. So since we found the technology, it was supporting the peer-to-peer and Web3. So it is a direct relation between two parties only. Once you come to the public sector and the government business, you have to adapt the model to be compliant with the public sector. One of the reasons, or one of the main considerations that we have to take when we speak with public sector, the data residency. So we still don't have regulations for blockchain, and most of the emerging technologies like cybersecurity, we have a great discussion in the morning, artificial intelligence, how you can deal globally in such emerging technologies. So public sector usually be conservative in adopting such technologies. However, if the technology vendors act as an accelerator and enabler in the country, considering the ecosystem and creating collaboratively across different entities, new business models that can be accepted and consider the local regulations, I think the adoption will be very high, and this is what we are trying to do in this stage.
Well, this is good. That means that we are in the right time to think and discuss the adoption of blockchain, since everybody right now is just moving to this technology. So we are not lagging. Maybe this is the right time to be with...
This is the perfect time, especially in countries like Saudi, where we are looking not enablers only, but accelerators for the digital economy. So it is opportunity to think, considering the great infrastructure already in the country and the great investments already done. So this is a perfect time to start.
Great. So for the adoption, technical thing is not the only issue. There are other factors like the organizational, regulatory, market. So different factors can help the adoption and implementation. But in terms of the technology, since you are just focusing about the technology right now here, do you think it is complete? All the issues have been solved for emerging technology? Let me just hear every one of you about this one, about the technology point of view. Is the technology of blockchain complete that can be implemented safely, but the other issues like the regulations, the standards, all the other factors of the ecosystem is the only issue there, not with the technology itself?
So I think the technology is continuing to evolve, right? And it will continue to evolve, you know, like all technology. As we use it more and more, and as that use places more demands on it, the technology will need to evolve from a scaling and a performance perspective. As we discover new use cases, we will need to evolve from a functional perspective. So I think, no, definitely the technology is not mature and at the stage where we can say that technology problems are solved. And again, you know, we don't know what this will look like in the future. It's very difficult to predict. We know who are the leaders today, and what would be the safe, you know, the safe options from a technology perspective, but we don't know what this will look like in the future, because it is an emerging technology, and the definition of emergence is that it's still being discovered.
Okay, but up to a certain extent, it is okay that it can be adopted and tested and during the
Definitely. You should not wait, right? Because if you wait, you'll be waiting forever. So, because the technology will continue to evolve. So, you know, the best time to explore this technology is now, or it was yesterday, but if not yesterday, then now.
I see. Okay, great. So, Mariner, we see in blockchain there are different platforms. Some of them are famous, like Hyperledger, Ethereum, Quorum, and other. They have other people. They have built their own platform. Like, for example, the Bitcoin doesn't follow any one of those platforms. So, do you think there is something better fit for government than other platform, or they should implement their own platform? What are the pros and cons for being owner for the whole implementation, or just utilize one of the standard platforms?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying, if we look at the industry today, and especially the market leaders, the industry is at, if you think about search engines, the Alta Vista stage. There are several things that are fundamentally broken, which is actually what we're trying to fix. First of all, when people say the leaders in this industry are established, I absolutely disagree. I'll make a bold prediction right now. 10 years from now, the blockchains that governments and enterprise use will be completely different. And the reason is, all the current leaders in the market are unupgradable blockchains because they've not been built modularly. And so, as a result, they will not be able to upgrade themselves to solve the two biggest issues that exist. One is, blockchain, like any other technology, if you take databases or ERP systems, plug into a larger IT stack. They are not a panacea. They are not a standalone system. There's a huge IT stack that does a bunch of other things, and this needs to plug in and out. And if you look at blockchain today, it's esoteric programming languages, it's very, very custom technology, which requires extremely custom expertise. This has never worked historically. Like, cloud computing didn't take off till, you know, some of the providers figured out that it needs to just fit very neatly within an existing IT stack. So adopting, you know, open programming standards is really, really necessary. The second thing that's really, really important is the industry design is broken. I've been investing in the industry since about 2011. I was really, really fortunate that my roommate, when I was doing my master's at Carnegie Mellon, was actually one of the biggest miners in the world. And he was talking about this too. The industry incentive design is broken. So think about how a typical blockchain company is funded. It's not like a software company. They issue a bunch of tokens, they give it to the founders, and these vest over 3 years, and then everyone disappears, which means you have 3 years to create as much hype. And so people chase things like monkey pictures, yield farms, etc., as opposed to the enterprise and government sales cycle, which is, you know, call it 5 to 10 years. And so the industry really needs to go closer towards an equity / you know, employee stock option program structure. The structure of the industry is fundamentally broken. You know, it's something we're trying to do, and we're seeing a lot of companies go closer towards that. I think that is really going to be a fundamental shift in what happened. You know, when Alta Vista and Yahoo existed, everyone said no one's ever going to beat them. They have hundreds of millions of users. And then Google went from, hey, instead of a database and a catalog of links, let's create an intelligent system that actually works for the end user. Similarly, unless you solve these 2 or 3 problems, it doesn't actually work for enterprise. It actually doesn't work for governments. You can do these little toy things and like games and stuff like that. But you know, if a government wants to trust their entire land deed system to something, they want to know that the company behind it or the blockchain behind it is upgradable and will last a couple of decades at least. And there's just structural issues that have prevented that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sharif, if a government entity would like to make use of blockchain, like, because the subject of this session is harnessing the power of blockchain. If an entity would like to utilize blockchain or make use of that one, what is the steps and recommended steps that they should start with? What are the prerequisites and how they can, for example, take the first step and how they finish the project from a perspective of vendor? So if they want, if you find somebody approaching you to develop application for them, what do you expect from them, and what do you recommend right now for them to start with until they have successful implementation for blockchain?
Usually, the discussion should be started from the business side, not from the technology side. So, if the customer is coming and saying, I need blockchain, so let us ask him why you need blockchain, why you didn't mention the other emerging technologies or the traditional systems. Maybe it is the best fit currently. So we should drive the discussion most of the time from the business architecture. What type of business model you are creating, what type of business needs you will cover, and what type of services you will deliver for your customers. This will drive the discussion in a better way to see what type of emerging technologies we need, because most of the time it is a landscape. It is not only single technology, it is not only a single product, and you have to coexist with the current landscape. So it needs from us a detailed discovery about the business requirements and what is the vision, what's your key objectives, what you want to achieve, and what type of KPIs you are considering to decide which technology. If we have such a visibility on the customer needs, it will be better for us to start from designing the solution itself, see what type of mandates we should consider while we are designing the solution, what type of data sources we need to integrate with, and then start building the blocks. So it will be a complete architecture. It will not be a single technology only. You will have a database by the end of the day. You have a back office to keep your records. You have to consider the other ERBs because everybody is looking to the transaction from his perspective. It is an invoice, it is a BO, it is a commitment, what type of financial effects it will create in his back office. So for us in Oracle, we are considering end-to-end solutions, not only a single capability or a single technology. If this is answering your question.
Yeah. Okay, great. Mr. Anthony, how you can justify, for example, the investment in blockchain for a client? Because they say that we would like to use this one, but we need to invest in people, in training, maybe a new unit, developing new processes. So this is a huge investment maybe, and also operation cost, transformation from legacy system to the new one, and maybe there's a mismatch. How you can justify this one for a client just to bridge the gap of having this technology implemented?
So I think there's a first order benefit and a second order benefit. So the first order benefit is a direct benefit. So that would be looking for the use case where you see clear inefficiencies in the way that things are done today, and you have clear line of sight to some sort of saving if you are able to achieve those efficiencies or improve those efficiencies through blockchain. So for example, wherever you have silos, wherever you have multiple things being maintained in multiple places, wherever you have this trust deficit, this is the type of place that I would look. And that's things like supply chains. It's things like where you have a need to ensure the provenance of some kind of asset, whether it's a digital asset or a physical asset. So that there's certain patterns that I would look for where we know that there is typically a business case. So that's kind of the first order benefit, the direct benefit. The second benefit that you get, even if the project fails, is that you are learning more about the technology, you are learning more about blockchain, and you are building capabilities within your organization that you can reapply the next time, right? So even a failed project is not a total loss, right? So I wouldn't get into this analysis paralysis where your expectations are like you're going to implement an ERP system, right? You need to always keep in mind that blockchain is an emerging technology, and it is something that there is still value in exploring and building capabilities around. But I would try and find a project to start with that fits this kind of archetype of where you have a trust
because
deficit.
Maybe this is the first obstacle. Usually people would like to do something, but they don't have the expertise, they don't have people. They can just proceed with the new trend maybe.
But that also goes to technology selection, right? So when you choose a technology, you should be looking for a technology that has a big ecosystem, right? Outside of your organization, because then you can get access to the talent. If it's a technology that is, geographically isolated, or it's a technology that involves some very esoteric programming language that is only known to a handful of people, it's probably not the best technology, right? So as part of your technology selection, look for something where you have access to this ecosystem.
Of course. Yeah, okay, thank you. Mariner, do we have enough talents worldwide in blockchain implementation in case that people would like to procure or hire people to do it? Are there enough talents right now, or is still blockchain suffering from lack of expertise, developers worldwide?
Sorry, I didn't get all of that, but could you repeat that? Sorry.
Are there enough talents, people, experts with blockchain in terms of advisors, developers, operators? Are there enough people, or still this one of the obstacles that people think of this technology when it comes to implementation?
Yeah, I actually think there are enough people, but like I said, it's an industry structure problem. So I'll give you an example. At Casper Labs, we don't hire blockchain engineers. We hire engineers. Like some people who have built systems that have served millions of people. It's actually a complete antithesis of how you think about it. If you think about it as a fundamental technology, it's actually not that tough to build. It's similar to cloud computing. When cloud computing first started, everyone was like, oh, is there enough talent in cloud computing? If you understand enough about distributed systems design, and you understand what the problem you're trying to solve, as long as you're a good engineer, you can figure it out. I think because of the broken design and short-termism, people haven't built the consulting and professional services expertise that's required. And this is required on two levels. One, since it's a novel technology, you need professionals to walk people. You need the Sherpa to help you go up the mountain. Because it's novel. If you think about the early days of cloud computing, AWS used to lose a lot of money because it just wasn't profitable because they had to walk people over it. In fact, most investors in Amazon were asking them to cull that business. The second thing that is an issue with blockchain is because of the roots of blockchain being slightly anarchistic, instead of working with industry, it sort of tried to go against industry. And I think that's actually a huge problem. It's trying to create its own shadow world. For example, we view IBM, for example, is a very strong partner of ours. We built a system for IPv. We're going to create a marketplace for the entire patent ecosystem. We built that with IBM. IBM's first bridge to a public layer 1 network is with us. And IBM is the leader in the world right now for enterprise blockchain development. And we don't view it as hey, it's blockchain versus the IBMs and Microsofts. Not at all. It's hey, we should be working together because you guys know what the enterprise requires. We understand distributed systems. There's a huge tech stack out there. We're just one piece of it. You need partners to build that full tech stack. And so the talent exists. The basic engineering talent exists. The issue has always been structure. And I think it goes back to the anarchistic roots of the industry, which personally I think is a little bit silly. But if you think about it, the internet was like that too. It started as this anarchistic movement, and then it became more formalized and some say for the worse, but I think it's actually democratized information and access to resources more than anything else that's happened in human history. I think similarly, blockchain will take that another step ahead. We just need to be sensible about it and not tribal. But the talent exists.
Okay, thank you. In terms of regulations, do you think there are enough regulations and policies for blockchain to thrive and get more popular, Mr. Sharif? As from your perspective as vendor, what are you waiting from the regulatory bodies? And also, if you put your foot in their shoes, what they expect from vendors, who should take the first step? Do you see that you need to, for example, provide some examples for people to adopt, or just wait for the government to develop certain policies and regulations, and then you invest? Who should start first?
Yes. Currently, I don't think we have any regulations, and I didn't hear about any regulations. Last week, we have RegTech here in CITC, so this is one of the domains that we're still discussing, what type of regulations. Who should take the first step? This is a very hard question. And I believe if we are talking about accelerating and enabling the business to deploy the new emerging technologies, government should take the first step, that this is a trusted technology. You can use it in your platforms. This is the minimum level of regulations that we can provide to make it applicable to be used in the government. And this is one of the unique considerations for the blockchain in the public sector or in the government. You have to consider the regulations first because it is a heavy regulated industry. This is not like the other industries. So once you are dealing with a government sector, it should be very secure, very trusted, and let me call it granted by the government itself. So the government here should take the first step. This is not something we will create in an island. It should be with the ecosystem, what the business needs, what the citizen will need, and why we are deploying such technology or emerging technology in this context. One of the great approaches here is to go to a lab and create the model first, and then decide what type of regulations you need for the different parties within your cycle. So what's needed for the business, what's needed for the end user, and what's needed for the government to keep track of the records. Let us create the model first, decide that this is applicable, and then take it to the public and start rolling out and implementing.
Okay, thank you. Actually, we are just approaching to the end of this session, so just the last comment by Mr. Munir and Anthony, just maybe 1 minute before we wrap up.
First, I'd love to thank CITC for organizing such a wonderful event. One last comment I'd say is Saudi Arabia, like the UAE and Singapore, is uniquely positioned to accelerate the pace of technology really, really fast. I mean, these countries have very, very stable ruling parties and have historically been very, very progressive. I remember when I worked at Bain Capital, we did a study of which governments can move fastest, and it's really Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Singapore. So I would just like to say, everyone in this room, if you do want to be one of the countries that shows what government can do with blockchain, you and those other two countries are really the most likely to show the world how it can be adopted. And I think the fact that a government organization is actually holding an event like this makes me really, really excited about what we all can do here together. So thanks for having us.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anthony, final note?
I would agree, and I was going to say more or less the same thing. But maybe I'll just go back to the point on regulation and just say a couple of words about that. So I think what's needed in the blockchain world isn't so much new regulations, but more clarity on the applicability of existing ones. So I think there is a tendency to think we need blockchain laws in some countries, whereas in most cases what's just needed is clarity. So for example, what is the clarity on digital signatures? What is the clarity on the legal recognition of dematerial assets that are represented as a token? So I think the focus should be on clarity, and how you discover what needs to be clarified is by doing experiments, listening to the demand side, the supply side, listening to the public sector, the private sector, understanding where there is friction, and then providing clarity if it's needed, or adjusting the laws. But I think it would be a mistake to start thinking too much about legislation, because that will hold everyone back, right? It should be do experiments, learn from those experiments, and see where we need to provide clarity or where we need to adjust.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. By the end of this session, I just would like to repeat my thanks to our guest speakers, Anthony Butler from IBM, Munir Manihor from Casper Labs, and Mr. Sharif Al-Malt from Oracle. And thank you guys for being with us and for your attendance, and see you later.
Thank you, everyone, for interesting discussion. Dear guests, following this exciting and enriching information, we will take a short break before resuming our sessions. We invite you to explore the accompanying expedition in the various technology products, and we will meet again in 15 minutes. See you then. Thank you very much. Hello again and welcome back. Investment are the fuel of the information technology markets. Today, we shed light on blockchain investment. Now, I am glad to invite Mr. Tobias Power to the Managing Partner Blockchain Founders Fund to know more about how the investment contribute to blockchain ecosystem. Please.
Thank you so much for having me here. I came all the way from Singapore to Saudi Arabia. This is now the third time this year I am in Saudi Arabia, and I'm always excited to be here because there's so much happening within the blockchain and Web3 ecosystem. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit today about the perspective of an investor. Right? So we are a venture capital fund, meaning that we invest in startups, which are companies which are just starting off. Right? Sometimes they only have an idea, they only have a pitch deck, as we call it, a presentation of what their business might look like, and then you have to make the decision as an investor if that's going to be the new unicorn, the new company which is going to be valued over $1 billion. But not just that, it's also important to understand if that company is going to solve people's life and if anyone, someone like you guys, would pay for their services and would find it interesting. Perfect. So how do investments contribute to the blockchain ecosystem? The blockchain ecosystem is quite diverse and it's changing very, very fast. Right? So we talked before with Ernst & Young a lot about the blockchain layer in itself, what the use cases are for governments, what the use cases are for corporations, but we can go a lot deeper in what the blockchain and especially the crypto ecosystem has to offer. So we named here a couple of buzzwords which got a lot of traction, a lot of interest in the recent bull market, where every investor and a lot of different individuals are looking into space, and we're basically figuring out where to put the money and where the innovation is going to come from. All right, so we have NFTs, which is non-fungible tokens, where you can prove ownership to an extent, which become very relevant in gaming. I know Saudi has a big gaming community where you can now own assets, and people are claiming that is a big push, and a lot of investors deployed a lot of capital into gaming. The same at marketplaces, where you can trade NFTs, where you can trade other assets. Blockchain, of course, as a core technology, which solves the challenges of excluding middlemen, bringing more transparency into the space, where we have wallets, for example. Everybody probably has a wallet. There's decentralized wallets, which are MetaMask. You might be familiar from Consensus, but also other wallets which are centralized, such as Binance or Coinbase. We have the infrastructure piece, right? That's when we think about Ethereum and Polygon and all these sort of layer ones and layer twos, which will provide the breathing ground for all these applications to be built on. We have collectibles, right? I mean, probably you've seen that monkey Bored Ape where people are spending a lot of money on to be part of a society, be part of a club, which enables access to like-minded people, individuals. The same as DeFi, which is the finance space from a decentralized aspect, which allows staking and all sorts of other mechanisms where people can, make money, trade. It also is big in derivatives, financial services, and other products. We are, also talking about the metaverse. Dubai announced that they're going to have an office in the metaverse. They're going to hire 40,000 people to provide that infrastructure. A lot of people and companies such as Visa, big names in the industry, got engaged into the metaverse, bought assets in the metaverse, and became interested in that space. Big names here are the Sandbox, for example, which is one of the biggest metaverses right now, where a lot of people bought assets. But even the largest metaverse in the world has not more than a couple of hundred users a month. And that's $1 billion business. So we see there's still there's a big gap between the valuation piece but the actual traction piece. So we see how early we are in the industry. Now, as you probably all know, beginning of last year, the investments in Web3 started. A lot of funds got in. A16Z, Andreessen Horowitz, they raised a $4 billion crypto fund. They recently raised a $600 million gaming fund. Other folks like Electric Capital, Sequoia Capital, you might be familiar with in the investment space, are heavily doubling down on Web3. That led to a lot of projects being funded, unicorns being created, but unfortunately we haven't seen as much traction as we wanted to see, which led in the beginning of that year to a very, very different landscape. Market changed. 29% of global blockchain funding, we've seen a decrease. Right, so it doesn't go up anymore. It's been decreasing. People got cold feet. Also, the price of Bitcoin in itself went down, and we've seen a very different landscape. Web2 investors, they have invested in fintech, in e-commerces and marketplaces. They got cold feet and then out of the industry. At the same time, now a lot of people have realized that's probably a good time to come in because valuations are normalizing. A lot of noise has been pushed out of the market, and a lot of companies have been valued at a point where they should be valued. That's why we also see 50% decrease in unicorns being created, meaning that companies now have a harder time to reach $1 billion valuations because metrics are missing. I mean, you probably know it from any other business in the world. If you're valued at $1 billion business, you should probably make revenue, right? You should probably solve a business. You should probably have a very active user base. That wasn't necessarily the case in Web3 and in crypto. Buzzwords alone, business ideas alone, led to the fact that people poured hundreds of millions of dollars in those companies in order to eventually find a way of monetizing it, in order to eventually find a customer base. However, 57% this year of funding went into Web3. Right? So when you look at the crypto space, you have the blockchain layer, which is the application of the pure technology to solve a problem. It's typically on the B2B side, where government also tapping their hands in. And then you have Web3, which typically has a token issue to it, where there's an economy circulating in order to reward creators, reward producers, or solve any other challenges that the ecosystem might solve. But now we have seen a major push in that industry because people finally understood that there's some use cases to it. Those use cases might not be fully established yet, and there's still a long way to go. I'm not disagreeing with that. But at least we have seen use cases. Might that be in gaming, in the metaverse space, in DeFi, all the areas we just touched on. Now you see this chart is quite interesting. In 2021, you see how the funding increased. Quarter over quarter, a lot of venture capital funds, investors, private investors, institutional investors poured billions of dollars in the industry until we reached almost $10 billion or $9 billion in Q4 last year. That's only venture funding. Right? That's only early stage startups and before they hit IPO. Right? In Q1, it was the same thing. It was even higher at that stage. Right? There was a time a lot of projects have been getting funded. And from an investor perspective, it was a founder's market. Right? Founders determined how much they were raising because capital was almost free available. Now in Q2, as macroeconomic changes have been seeing, inflation has been rising, a lot of these things have changed. And now, we've seen the first drop of 29%, but it's still $6.5 billion, even in this current market. And it's projected to be a lot higher. So numbers going to coming out for Q3, what we're going to end up with, but it's projected by various different sources that we might even be able to hit about $30 billion worth of venture funding in Web3 in the blockchain space alone. Now, there's a couple of different ways to look at this, right? Because this number sounds staggering, but it's only a couple of deals, right? It's 1,842 deals, which is projected to receive that funding. Now, there's a lot more companies in the world who are trying to solve these challenges in the Web3 world. But most of the funding goes into more established firms in order to create those massive rounds. Companies would raise $1 billion, would raise $500 million. And that has a very specific reason. As the space matures and funds are raising larger funds, right? When sovereign wealth funds and pension funds deploy a lot of capital into these funds, if you think about it, if you have a $4 billion fund, it doesn't make sense for you to invest $5 million in one particular company. You have to invest $300, $500 million in those businesses, because otherwise the return for your fund wouldn't make sense. Which means that naturally valuations will be increasing because you have to deploy your capital in a meaningful way. That being said, the majority of this capital goes into very selective, very few companies in the space, as you probably all heard of, many of these different names. And the challenge is, what are we going to do with those early companies? What do we do with markets like Africa? What are we doing with markets like the Middle East, where we probably haven't seen as many of these larger companies? There is still a capital gap. Right? There is still where early stage venture capital funds, governments and private investors need to step up and say, hey, I'm willing to take that extra risk in a sense and support those companies on the ground in order to give them enough capital to get off started and grow their company. But to be honest, if you're thinking about investing in the space, and if you're thinking investing in later stage companies, let's say in a Series A, which is typically the third or fourth funding round a company is doing, in my opinion, you're not necessarily decreasing risk, and I'll tell you why. Most of the companies, unlike fintech and marketplaces and e-commerce, don't have that traction piece. We have seen companies raising $500 million at a billion-dollar valuation without having any user, without having generated any dollar of revenue. Recently, a company made a lot of headlines called Aptos. Aptos is, if you think about it, it's an infrastructure project. Think about Polygon, think about Ethereum in that sense of what Aptos should be. And they were on testnet. They were testing their product, and they were raising at a $2 billion valuation. Because a lot of big funds saw the potential, and then they invested, and it blew up, and it became something which is now called a unicorn, even though it hasn't even fully launched yet, and it hasn't even reached mainnet, meaning where the actual application is being tested. Now that's a question, is like, you take a massive risk of understanding that you invest at such a high valuation where you haven't even fully seen the full potential of the product yet. Where is this capital flowing into? It's still predominantly the US, with about $3.5 or $3.4 billion. It's closely followed by Europe and Asia. So we are a venture capital fund based out of Singapore. We look at it from a global perspective, and it's definitely a trend which is following. Although the Middle East has a lot of capital, we haven't seen a lot of companies being founded in the region and then being funded. That being said, we met with MCIT recently, and they organized hackathons, and we had, I think, 10x the applications for Web3 than for fintech and other players in the tech ecosystem. So although the industry is nascent, I think there's a very interesting breeding ground of having a very strong mobile phone adoption, very, very young generations and tech-savvy people who are trying to understand the technology and figure out what the use cases are. So I do think that over time, that's going to shift also towards GCC or MENA in general. We have done now, I think, 10 investments in the region, mostly across Africa, but also the Middle East. And we are heavily doubling down onto that part of the world because we do see a lot of potential. Now, this is what I mean, right? A lot of these companies are considered early stage. Early stage is what we as a fund consider as pre-seed up to seed, right? That's the first 2 funding rounds after family and friends a business would do. Has any one of you guys have ever started a company? I have some. Very good. Very good. And I don't know if you bootstrapped, put your own capital into this, or if you raised from external investors, but typically it's quite a tough journey. Right? You have to prove that you can sell to investors. It's a very connection-based game. You have to build strong connections to investors. You have to build a relationship with them in order for them to get the trust and to invest money in your capital. If you're able to do that, it's probably a quite easy journey, a lot of people say, And even in this market, we see a lot of funding rounds being raised. However, early stage has been shifted in the industry. Right? Even Series A is considered early stage now in crypto because there are so many big funds who are deploying such a large amount of capital. And that's exactly what's happening. Right? Early stage is 81% of funding rounds being raised. And then now, within that piece, mid stage has been growing and later stage has been falling. I think this is a fantastic graph of how the industry has been developed. And you see the very, very sharp decline in large investment rounds in the industry. I don't know how familiar you are within all the failures the space had recently. There was a fund called Three Arrows Capital based out of Singapore. It went from $2 billion under management to almost zero. There's UST, which was supposed to be a stable coin, which diminished overnight, and a lot of people lost their life savings. There was Celsius, which was a centralized lending platform and staking platform, essentially, which also went bankrupt. There's BlockFi, there's many, many others in that industry. And that's the problem, right? If you invest in these businesses without doing proper risk management, without doing proper due diligence, then eventually you will not be fully aware what's happening within the company. And as soon as FOMO, fear of missing out, and hype comes into play, it's very similar to the early days of the internet. People invest not because the fundamental project or the fundamental business is a fantastic idea. It's because it's new and it's interesting and there's potentially a lot of money to be made, which is true for most of them if you came in early. Right? If you're a later stage investor in some of these businesses, you probably lost all the money because that's where they went sideways. And the only region where we actually see an increase is Asia. Asia has seen the biggest increase so far because there is a natural valuation gap between regions. Companies in the US, especially within San Francisco and New York, are generally perceived at a higher valuation, also because most of the investors are across the region than, for example, we have in Asia or in Northern Africa. So now, the essential risk you were taking of investing in an Asian company where the valuation is generally lower and more naturalized is a lot lower than if you invest in a $2 billion testnet company in the US. And that's what we see here. Like, investors still have trust in that companies in Asia right now are valued accordingly or more trust than they have in the US or in certain other parts of the world. And I think that's a big benefit eventually in the long term what Africa has or GCC in general, where you still don't have this valuation inflation and a lot of people are still excited because of the favorable demographics and also the government push towards the region. I mean, you think about it, most of the conferences are organized, which I was speaking at, are not by governments. Governments are mostly reactive towards what's happening. Something like UST or a major failure has to happen, and then governments become reactive. They ban something like China did or like India did in 2018, or like many other countries. And some countries that try to understand the space with industry leaders, together with the public and the private sector, and try to provide guidelines and understanding for what's happening in the industry. Because I think one thing we've seen so far is that this space is probably not just going to go away. Right? There's billions of dollars falling into this industry despite such a challenging market. And that's what we're going to see, that right now is the time to get the understanding right and potentially work with companies, invest in startups, or invest in companies in the industry in order to work with them and build the industry. Now, what needs to happen that we're going to have a very interesting framework? Right? There's a regulatory perspective. The government and the private sectors need to work together. You're going to host events like Token 2049 in Singapore, like this event here in Saudi, and you're going to spread awareness among citizens. And that's where I think Saudi is interesting. 14%, and some sources even say up to 18%, are talking about that people trading crypto, that people have invested in crypto. That's an extreme high percentage compared to other nations of the world, and Saudi is not a small nation. The same thing as number of transactions has been tripling over the last year, which you've hardly seen in other countries on a consolidated basis. Now, how are these startups considered for fundraising? I mean, there's a lot of different aspects, but of course, if you invest early stage, you want to look at founders. It's all about the execution. It's never about the idea. Because the idea can be changed, the idea will eventually change, and you want to look at strong founders who have domain expertise, and typically it's a mix of a Web2 founder or someone who comes from a deep finance background and then builds a strong DeFi solution together with someone who's been in the industry early and understands the technology. Now, for the first 2 quarters, you've done $16 billion coming into the industry, which is still a massive amount of capital. And I think, where's this money going? Right? It's going into all these different areas we've been talking about. It's predominantly going into DeFi, CeFi, and Web3. DeFi is the centralized finance piece, CeFi is centralized finance piece, and Web3 is essentially the whole application layer, which is trying to reward peoples and creators for what they're doing and the effort they put in. Infrastructure NFTs we touched on in a second, but the same thing. You know, we need to build a very, very strong base for applications and for founders to operate within the ecosystem. It's really predominantly driven by Web3. Right? Web3 is a very broad range of term, but it sort of combines how the industry is moving. You know, a lot of buzzwords in that space, but I want to highlight just a couple of use cases for the last 2-3 minutes of the presentation of how we look at the space and what the bets we have done as a fund. A lot of things has been talking about the metaverse, right? Metaverses should be an immersive ecosystem where you can build, where you can create, where you get rewarded. It should be much more than a video game or a conference layer. We invested in Spatialport, which enables brands to go into the metaverse, and you can display your brand. For example, Nike could have a whole soccer team walking around wearing Nike shirts, and you as a consumer, you can buy it directly within that metaverse. Play and earn, gaming was a big thing, but play to earn commercialized everything, and then the whole system collapsed, so it didn't fully work. Now, Splinterlands is one of the games which is still around, obviously has also a massive user base in Saudi, by the way, has about 200,000 daily active users, and recently was valued at $2.5 billion, and is on track to hit about $70 million in revenue this year. Health to earn, a lot of people probably know that you're not going to get rewarded for being healthy, so a lot of companies are trying that. Why shouldn't you be able to run around being active and actually get rewarded for it? But here, again, you have seen challenges. GrowFitter is a company in India, for example, who has done now more than a million downloads of the application, and people are trying to get that in order to stay healthy and being fit. Is that a question? $100%. No, 100%. And that's a big problem, right? And we've seen this on StepN, you might be familiar, and a lot of other these companies. It's continuing, 100%. It's continuing, but the problem here, again, the focus is on the earning part, right? Because the game isn't fun. And then that's why we call it play and earn rather than play to earn. And then lay at the top. 100%. That's what's happening right now, right? That's why you see a lot of Web2 games actually going into the space and just trying to add an extra layer of rewarding towards that. I know I shouldn't take any questions because I know we're running out of time, but this is the last one I want to highlight, right? Because we talked before that almost no developer in the space is able to use blockchain-related languages, right? I mean, if you look at it on the whole grand scale of development. It's about 0.1% of developers in the space are able to use Solidity in other languages like Move or any other thing. Now, Metaschool is trying to solve that, which is basically an educational play, and they already curated about 100,000 developers and taught them how to use and how to operate in that space. So as a fund in that ecosystem, you always look for use cases. You look for things which are amplifying a category. Right? How can we make the space better by deploying capital, which we received from institutionals, governments, family offices, and high net worth individuals? There's a lot of other interesting use cases, which I'm happy to talk after the session. like NFTs, music tech, sort of the whole analytics space, token management, which is a big thing, and of course, custody, meaning security. So I'm happy to answer any questions later at that point in time. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope I was able to give you a bit of an insight of what venture capital investing in Web3 and crypto looks like. And thanks for listening and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Power. Unleashing blockchain opportunities for private sector. It is with pleasure that I introduce to you Mr. Mohammed Al-Jasir, co-founder of Umla, to moderate this panel discussion.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم. معلش في مشكلة. طيب حاب أرحب في البانل أول شيء. I am Mohammed Al-Jasir, co-founder of Umla. I am a software engineer that is passionate about blockchain technology. And I've been in this field since 2015. And I've saw a lot of cycles, let's say, in the blockchain field. And I co-founded Umla Pay, which is a payment gateway that specializes in cryptocurrency payments. We enable businesses and individuals to accept and organize their digital assets. So please welcome with me Zainab, VP of Digital Transformation in Microsoft, and Abhishek from Pro Finance, and Abdullah Dosari from T2. And we will be talking today about unleashing blockchain technology in the private sector. So I would like to start with the introductions. So let's start with Zainab. Please, Zainab, introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's really great to be here with all of you. Thank you, Mohammed. My name is Zainab Al-Amin. I am the VP of Digital Transformation at Microsoft, and I lead sustainability. My work as a VP of Digital Transformation means that I work very closely with regulators, like CITC is my home. I'm part of the advisory board of CITC and multiple other advisory boards where we work together to share the challenges and try to have a landscape for Saudi that actually adopts emerging technologies. Great to be here with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Zainab. Please,
Sure.
Mr. Abhishek, introduce yourself.
Thank you. So I'm Abhishek Bhattacharya, one of the co-founders at a startup called Brew Finance. So what we do is we enable farmers to take loans against the crops that they harvest by tokenizing them on the blockchain. We'll surely talk more about that in the due time. Apart from that, I've been in the blockchain industry since about the last 5-6 years. Multiple startups there. I've written books there. So mostly a bit of the technical side and the product side that I've looked at in the blockchain industry, and I hope that I'll be able to share some nuggets here today.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Abdullah, introduce yourself.
My name is Abdullah Dosari. I'm the founder of T2 and one of the people coming from the old century of technology, before even the internet. And we've witnessed the technology evolving day over day. We're working in multiple problems to solve into the market, and blockchain come to the picture where it solves some of the issues.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. So I was thinking we could start with the introduction, then later on start with their success stories. So each one of the panel has a success story in blockchain technology. So we want to put emphasis on that success and what are the challenges that they faced while implementing the blockchain technology. Then lastly, we will talk about the future of blockchain technology in Saudi Arabia. So that's what I'm thinking about. So let's start with Zainab. So you're working with Microsoft. So how did you implement blockchain, and how do Microsoft view blockchain technology?
Okay, great. So Microsoft started with the first-party solutions for blockchain about 4 or 5 years ago. And last year, we announced that Azure blockchain has been discontinued, and we changed our strategy to focus on partner-first solutions, where we empower our partners with the platform that we have through our stack of technology. Blockchain is really focused on digitization trust, and that's the actual use case for it. And when you talk about digitization of trust, it goes to the specific use cases that is applied to blockchain. And this is why Microsoft found out that we're a platform company. Let's not compete with our partners. We want to enable our partners. We have implemented blockchain in our supply chain for our data centers. So from the mines all the way to the servers going into the data centers, and then the recycling and the reusing of those technologies. And for that, we worked with Deloitte, and we worked with over than 8 of our suppliers, including Lenovo's, etc. And we utilized supply chain. It's today part of our Microsoft Supply Chain Cloud that is offered as well for our customers. And it's interesting that I was discussing with the panel just a few days ago about one of our partners, OpsChain, EY product, which is a partner to Microsoft, and I see that they are today available in the exhibition, where they focus as well on supply chain, but the other interesting part is they focus on the ESG, environment, government, and social, where they tokenize and ensure the trust of the carbon credit as part of their supply chain. So those are some of the examples. Of course, there are much more.
So you're talking about supply chain. Why did you implement, let's say, the technology, the blockchain technology into a supply chain?
Yeah.
What's the benefits you're getting?
Yeah, supply chain comes with its challenges. The traceability, the large scale that it covers, it moves through multiple checkpoints and multiple suppliers, and that's where you want to make sure that you are trusting the source, and that the product didn't change throughout the life cycle. You want to make sure that it is actually consistent. This is where you need the digital trust, and that's where it's really a good use case. There are other applications where you actually need to use a supply chain that has also IoT sensors, where you want to make sure that the temperature is accurate at all time, it didn't change, and that is part of regulatory environment like vaccines or food, etc.
So you're basically using the traceability of blockchain technology and also the immutability of blockchain technology in supply chain. So that's the main, let's say, features of blockchain that you're using.
Absolutely, ensuring that the data is not tampered with. This is the actual use case, where you want to make sure that data is not tampered with, that the data is genuine, it's authentic. There are other applications where it also goes beyond that to the employees themselves and the producers themselves, and making sure that they are working in good conditions, knowing exactly who worked on that specific product when it comes to supply chain. So supply chain is a very interesting case that I think the world needs it today, and it's already implemented.
Thank you, Zainab. So what about you, Abhishek?
Sure. So we implemented blockchain in the asset-backed finance domain. What we did was, so we started off in India, and currently we are working with the Indian government, the banks in India, and then the farmers, as I said earlier. So what happens is we tokenize the crops that they harvest. It's a seasonal business, as you understand. So once a farmer gets their crop, harvests their crop, they take it to a nearby custodian, a warehouse. You can store it there, your crops. So there are, just going up, taking a step back, there are two ways to go about this for a farmer. And remember, these are usually smallholder or marginal farmers who are not very well-to-do. They are waiting to get some money by selling off their crops. So that's it. So either they can, right after the harvest, they can sell those crops, Or what we discourage them to do is, not to sell those crops, rather to store them in a nearby warehouse. It can be a government or a private warehouse. What happens in this entire ecosystem is that right after harvesting, and this is not just India, this is any agriculture market you take, be it Saudis, be it say Colombia, in the western side, wherever it is we have seen. Right after harvesting, the prices of these crops are at the bottom lowest. Pennies on the dollar for every kilogram of crop that you would sell, potato, rice, anything that you name it. So we encourage them to store them in a warehouse, and we tokenize those crops on the blockchain in the form of digital tokens, in the form of NFTs, right? And then the banks get direct access to these tokens where they can just give loan, they can pledge against these tokens. And the farmer gets the loan in real time. And this is probably the first ever implementation in their lives, because they are not accustomed to, like us, we get insurance at the click of a button, we get food delivered at the click of a button. But for their lives, as we heard from them, testimonials, this was for the first time that they were getting something delivered to their home, figuratively, into their accounts from the comfort of their home at the click of a button, right? We have a multilingual app which they can use. So this solved a major problem, not on one side, but on two sides. We achieved success on both the sides, the demand and the supply side. The farmer got access to real-time funds, capital, again, fiat currency, Indian rupees, or wherever we go, it would be, that country's fiat currency. And the banks came on the blockchain, which helped them, which allowed us to help them do away with any kind of frauds that they were facing. This product is not new. We just implemented blockchain on it, and we just made it 100 times better. Right? So that is the kind of ecosystem implementation that we saw with blockchain. We used, as you were asking about features, right? So we used the immutability feature. We made sure that those receipts, these are called warehouse receipts, they don't get tampered with. We made sure that the farmer has access to the same receipt, the banks have access to such untampered receipts, and no, it's not multiple lending or any such kinds of frauds that many banks, Citibank, Standard Chartered, you name it, many banks have faced frauds in this industry. That's what blockchain stopped for us. So and as a part of the success story, we were able to cover more than $600 million worth of such crops, agricultural crops, over the last 2 years over blockchain. We gave out around $7 million worth of loans in INR to almost 20,000 farmers. So that's how. So this is farmers is one story. The larger scalable goal is to reach to any asset. So it could be agriculture in India. Tomorrow, if you come to Saudi, it could be oil, it could be gold, it could be to Africa, it could be another asset. It's asset-backed finance on blockchain. That's what we are doing.
That's interesting. So what I want to understand is, why did you apply blockchain to such, let's say, problem? Is there an alternative to blockchain? Did you pick blockchain by research? Did you research the field?
Right. So when we took a look at the university, at the use case, right? This very particular use case of asset-backed lending, any asset, we understood that this has been there since decades. In fact, just to share here, warehouse receipt finance is one of the oldest lending products that are known to mankind. What happens is that, as I said, the lenders have been facing a lot of frauds in this industry. What kind of frauds? Fake receipts or forged receipts or forged invoices, then multiple loans against the same piece of collateral. As a farmer or trader, you take the same receipt and go to multiple banks and take loans against the same collateral, big fraud. Or even lending beyond the capacity of the warehouse. Warehouse has a capacity of 5 million metric tons. When the fraud comes out, you'll see that the same warehouse has pending loans of around 10 million metric tons. Whereas this is called ghost collateral. The collateral is not there, right? So, and it's not us. We saw that banks have been trying to solve this with legacy technology that they have, the databases, all other kinds of technologies. So we understood that that's not the answer, and that's what they understood as well. So it was very easy to get banks on board. I mean, not fast, but easy, right? To make them understand that, yes, it is time to get on a new technology, explore a new technology like blockchain, and eventually own it, adapt to it. And so that's why we use blockchain. So blockchain made it immutable. Once it goes on the blockchain, you cannot do a fake receipt, you cannot do a multiple lending. Any of those frauds were simply cut off. So now again, banks have started coming in, which they were earlier pulling out of this domain. So that's where we use blockchain.
I've seen a lot of people trying to, let's say, apply blockchain and fail after a while, due to people like farmer, for example, being not tech savvy.
Right.
So we will talk about that in the challenge sector.
Sure.
So thank you. So Taladwasi, go ahead.
when it comes to T2, we're a company that focuses on solving problems and creating it as a product. So we're not a company that specializes in blockchain. However, what happens is sometimes problems comes in the picture where you need to solve it, and the only solution is to apply the blockchain. We started because we continue building also different products. We started in 2019 by sport cards, but the sport cards didn't fly with us because of multiple reasons, adapting into the Ethereum and also the adoption from the market. And it was also a little early for the market.
So sport cards, you mean by that NFTs?
It's sort of NFTs, but at that time, NFTs was not as famous as today.
When was that exactly?
It was in 2019, and the card was supposed to be like the baseball cards or something like this. Anyway, that was one of the products where it fails in the initial stages of the product because of the adoption of the market. While the technology itself is ready at that moment, and in 2021, where we were discussing with the government, with CITC, especially the case of the SMS tag names, where the tag names was really problematic into Saudi Arabia, and so many fraud happened because of the control of the tags. And what we understood from CITC that they don't want to operate anything related to the technology. They want to regulate more than operate. And being a company that will step in, if we step in as a company where we provide a centralized solution, it will be also not fair for the market and for the competitors, and also for the telecom operators who's going to be part of this solution. So the solution in this case is going to be only the blockchain. So what we did initially is we adapted one of the open source technologies, Hyperledger, and then we built on top of it the processes, and then we deployed multiple nodes. The deployment of the nodes was also problematic because of the adoption also was not as easy as we want. It doesn't mean that the telecom operator, they don't want this, but it is a new technology, and ourselves also is adapting the technology to fly. However, CITC, they were pushing for the technology, and they were trusting the technology itself, and they supported us also into getting into the second stage of ensuring that the blockchain is transparent.
Interesting. So you gathered everyone in one blockchain, the telecom companies. How was the onboarding process for those telecom companies?
The onboarding is the case of the change management. I've been seeing the change management as long as the case decided that we will go with this platform. The onboarding will go in slowly by change management, and that goes in multiple parties: telecom operators, SMS providers, and also the A2B SMS beneficiaries, such as the banks and also the different e-commerce applications in the market. And that goes step by step. And just for your information, we started the change management from March this year. So which was just announced yesterday that we launched it. So the adoption is not easy to get
Not
it in
fast.
1 day.
Yeah. I agree with you, because sometimes you need to teach people how to use the blockchain. And in this blockchain, I guess the nodes are the telecom companies. So they have to operate a node. That's why I said there is always an onboarding. There is always a cost on you. So, but it is the right, let's say, choice in this case, because a single database between all the telecom companies is the perfect solution to avoid fraud.
True. And it's also from the other perspective, it's impossible to implement one database and then make everybody agree on this one database unless it's a distributed database in such case like the blockchain.
Exactly. So let's tackle the next question, which is the challenges that comes with blockchain technology, implementing blockchain technology. So let's start with Zainab.
So as blockchain comes with its advantages of digital trust and ensuring the traceability and the data is not tampered with, it comes with challenges because it requires, in order for you to provide that digital trust, requires that the database to be distributed database requires a huge power for processing, which makes it expensive, and it requires time as well. So it's not applicable for real-time situations. What this means is that blockchain is perfect when it's used in the use cases that are actually requires that type of authentication and that type of transparency. And doesn't serve well in, because it's now, blockchain is being overhyped. It really has its opportunities, but then it needs to be utilized in the use cases that are actually bring the value of the blockchain, as it's not as expensive. It requires a lot of, as well, programming and complexity. Understanding this and knowing that Microsoft made available SQL Ledger, which provides one of the features of blockchain, which is you cannot tamper with the data, but for centralized database to support some of the customers. In order for them to be able to use the feature of blockchain of traceability, but without the complexity of the blockchain. So this is where we see it at Microsoft.
So it uses the blockchain architecture. Am I correct?
Without the distribution.
Without the distribution of data, or decentralization of data. That's interesting.
Absolutely.
So I also, a lot of, let's say, master or let's say a bachelor students talk to me and try to implement, for example, Uber on the blockchain. And that is not correct because that's real-time communication. Each transaction, for example, if I want to, let's say, book a ride, that's a transaction on the blockchain. It has its cost, and it is a bit slow. So as you mentioned, those are one of the challenges. The blockchain is a solution, but it is slow, and it's not suitable for real-time applications.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Zainab. So Abhishek, I guess you have a lot of challenges in your field.
Yes, lots of challenges, right? So first of all, implementing blockchain in private sector. Again, not just private sector, but in combination with public players, right, like governments, or private players like banks. Adoption is a huge challenge, right? So adoption takes a lot of time because these institutions have a huge turnaround time to getting to around a decision that is, implemented across an entire use case. If they are doing a particular kind of loan and then they want to just transform that from legacy to a new technology like blockchain, that takes time. I understand that. We all do. So that is the first challenge that we definitely face, long sales cycles. But one tailwind for us was that because the banks and the governments already knew that, okay, this has been a problem in this domain and it's in this industry entirely, there is some change needed. So bringing them on board was not that difficult as we ourselves presumed before we started or while we were starting. So that is one good thing. Then you were talking about farmers, right? The tech savviness, right? The tech savviness of the farmers to adapt to such technology. Again, something that we had presumed. So what we did was we built our multilingual app. It's available in English, then in Hindi, then in other regional languages in India, or wherever we go. It's very easy for us to just add on another language on the app. We thought that would solve the problem. First, we saw that no, it did not, because farmers are still not very well-to-do. Farmers are not very tech savvy. They do not have a smartphone always. Even if they do, it might be one smartphone in their entire family, like their daughter or the son might be having it. So they were not very comfortable with it. So we redesigned the entire system. Because we had government partners, we had our own software implemented there as well. So we just went there, we redesigned it, and we gave all those functionalities at that government end as well. So that the farmer can just walk in, because that's something that they've been accustomed to doing. So they can just walk in and request the person at the warehouse, the custodian, that can you please apply for a loan on my behalf? But now there's a twist in the story here, that in the last 7-8 months, we have been astonished again to see that farmers have started becoming accustomed to the app. That makes us very happy. That even makes the government very happy. You know, they just publish it on our behalf as well, that farmers adopting to blockchain technology and so on. So now we have seen that they encourage the farmers to try it on the phone. One basic thing is that the warehouse person, the custodian, helps the farmer a bit, handholds the farmer, but once it's done, they're very familiar with it. So we are seeing that transition as well, right? Farmers do not need to know or understand that such a complicated technology like blockchain. See, even we do not understand, everyone, the entire world does not understand blockchain truly at its depth, right? Always, not every person does. So let's not hope that farmers would as well, very easily. They don't have to know that blockchain is being used. What they can just do is, use the application. They are getting a real-time, low-cost loan. That's what they're interested in. We are able to prevent frauds. That's what banks are interested in. And banks are interested in that, yes, you're using blockchain, right? In fact, the farmers don't know this, but I always mention this, that even before I owned my first NFT, or maybe you must have owned your first NFT, like you were also saying in 2019, we have been doing this since 2019, right? So even before I owned my first NFT, my farmers did, because their crops were NFTs and given to them. But they didn't know, right, that what technical concept is behind the scenes at work. So that's what. And adoption of blockchain, right, overall in government, what we have seen is people believe that governments and banks, the private public sector, either of them, especially the public sector, they're not very much into adoption of blockchain. But then there's a huge difference between blockchain and implementations of blockchain in specifically in crypto or finance, right? Which is different, right? So even I have seen that other governments, even India, our Honorable Prime Minister, he mentioned in Singapore FinTech Festival that it's very funny, right? If you want your investors to empty their pockets, just tell them that you're using blockchain. It's not right. Okay, I mean, it's funny, but it's not right. That's what Zainab was saying, that it has made blockchain overhyped. What it has made is that everyone is just force-fitting blockchain tech, right, into anything that they're building. That makes it problematic, right? And then people believe that people are not adopting to blockchain. So that's a huge gap there, right? We have to first understand where to implement blockchain technology and maybe then start differentiating between good use cases and bad use cases and implement it only into the good use cases. So that's where challenges can get solved, I honestly believe.
You mentioned a great point, which is users don't have to be like experts in blockchain to use the application. So we always simplify the process. Instead of showing them private keys and public keys, just show them email and password, and they're going to use it. All right.
That's right.
So always simplify the experience for the normal users. So yes, even though you're dealing with farmers, so that's a bit hard. They're not tech savvy, as you said.
That's right.
So yeah, thank you. Yeah. So, Abdullah.
The challenges that we've faced, I guess it is a very generic challenge that's been faced any other places in the world. But maybe the order of the challenges comes from country to another country in different fashion. And in our case, we started first by exploring what is the technology that you can use it in blockchain or to implement a blockchain, and that goes from our team in research and development to learn in this area, but also the expert in the world also accessing them is also a few. مشكلة عندي ولا عندك هنا. So the expert also where you need also to consult experts while you're executing your business is also a few people also you can access worldwide, and that also goes as one of the challenges. But from the resources point of view, still today our team is running all of the implementation without anybody from who's expert in blockchain. But initially, we had to have a different expert who knows what is this and what is the difference between this and the other one. And we learned, for example, from the expert that it doesn't mean that you have to have everything into the blockchain. You can have some of it on chain and some of them off the chain, and that's why, from that perspective, you know that expert is not about telling you how to use the technology, but also to tell you what's the perspective. That's one of the challenges. But the real challenge is the product, and building the product where the market accepts, and the customer experience becomes really adaptable into the market, and that goes from one step to the 100-mile steps, where, for example, the case of the Jabber, the product that we launched it yesterday with CITC, we'll still have at least another 2 years in development for the stages of the product. It's not yet, it's launched, it's generating the transactions, the interaction is happening between all of the parties, and that's fine. But when it comes to what is into the roadmap, you see that you have a long roadmap to run down the road.
So interesting. So you don't see lack of talent is one of the challenges in blockchain technology. To be honest, in Umla Bay, we tried to find blockchain engineers, and I guess I faced a lot of problems, finding one that, an expert with blockchain technology. So what we did is we taught engineers, just like you did. We taught engineers how to, the blockchain works. What is the structure of blockchains? And after that, we employed them in Umla Bay. So it's an interesting, challenge. But still, in Middle East, in general, let's say, the lack of talent is a real issue, especially in Saudi Arabia. And if you know anybody, just send them through. Thank you. So the last question for this panel is, what do you see the blockchain technology in Saudi Arabia in the future? So is it going to be used more often or disappear completely?
Yeah.
Zainab?
So yeah, let me start. So blockchain has a lot of applications in healthcare and in health in general. And in Saudi Arabia, there is a huge health transformation happening today. One of the studies says that 50% of blockchain will be used in healthcare. And the applications are in the example is the electronic medical record. Today, you find a patient having multiple treatments in different hospitals with multiple medical records. You want to give that control back to the patient, and as well ensure trust and ensure that digital trust and the correctness of the information, that it's not tampered with, and the security of the information. So electronic medical record is one of the main applications. In the pharmaceutical as well, the supply chain of the medications from the production until it reaches the patient. All of that is a good application for the medical record, including for the health and for blockchain, including the storage and the handling of medication. Vaccinations are maintained within the right temperature. All of this information can be stored with blockchain, and it's not tampered with, because that means if the temperature drops or increases, that means that the efficacy of that medication is no longer valid. So this is another example. Another industry that also will benefit from healthcare will benefit from blockchain. Is culture and arts. And in Saudi Arabia, there is a huge, we see the Ministry of Culture and doing a lot of activities, and the arts, especially the digital arts, ensuring the authenticity of those arts, whether they are digital paintings or actual paintings or actual products that are linked, for example, for Al-Ula or Medina Al-Munawwara or any of those cultural aspects where you can trace who is the person who made them, and then who, if it's sold to the second person, then you can trace it throughout its life cycle. One of the very big applications is in fashion and in authenticity and fighting counterfeits. In luxury goods. whether it's diamonds or expensive bags or shoes, designer clothes. And actually there is a platform today that is available globally where luxury brands are participating to be part of that, to utilize blockchain to ensure the authenticity, because the fashion industry relies on limited editions, and that's where they make money, and also the genuinity of those products, where you can actually ensure that this product is genuine, and then you know who owned it if it's a second hand before that, and trace it all through its life cycle. So those are some of the applications. I'm sure there are much more that can be used within Saudi and beyond.
Inshallah. So basically we're going to see more NFTs.
Tokenized NFTs applications, absolutely.
Thank you, Zainab. So, Abhishek, please.
Sure. So, as Zainab said, right, we can put multiple things on blockchain. Not everything, as I was speaking in my last answer, that don't force fit, but put healthcare on blockchain, put energy on blockchain, right? So put asset-backed finance, what we do on blockchain. There are so many things, and I believe that what I've seen the landscape, speaking with you all, speaking with other speakers here in the last couple of days. The landscape at this moment for Saudi looks very good, right? For anyone who's getting into blockchain at this moment is going to be good, right? It's going to be a bright future. It's if you're getting in early and you're transforming your systems from legacy to blockchain to something as recent as blockchain, you're going to see benefits, definitely. And when we're talking about specific use cases, I think I understand that even including the government in Saudi or anywhere else, they don't understand the blockchain optimally. That's what is needed, right? Maybe in the next 2 years to 5 years, that can be done very easily, right? And for that, I honestly believe that creating sandboxes is a very good idea, right? First of all, organizing such forums. I'm very astonished to see a government entity taking up so many steps to bring in ideas from around the world, to see what's happening around the world and start implementing locally. As the theme here is that to bring it to local products and the local ecosystems. That's already the first steps taken. The first step has been taken, right? So once you build more sandboxes, you enable startups, you build accelerators, right, incubators, get startups like yours, possibly, right, to operate in that sandbox and see how it's coming up, right? Work with banks in the country and bring banks, other government entities, or healthcare providers, doctors, electronic health records on the blockchain. All these might, it's like a Pandora's box. You don't want to open it, right? But somewhere you want to start implementing it in some fashion so that you understand the technology. That's how people did it with cloud as well, right? Not on day one, people didn't just go ahead and implement cloud into everything, right? Or data science or artificial intelligence into everything that you do. It's the time for blockchain, and it's hardly a decade old, right? So many implementations, right? You just asked Zainab whether we are only seeing NFTs in future. NFTs, Tobias spoke about decentralized finance, centralized finance. In our case also, we're bridging centralized finance and decentralized finance so that we can give more opportunities to the same set of farmers in India today, maybe in Africa tomorrow, maybe in Middle East next, when we are scaling much more globally. So I believe that this could be a very good time to set up such infrastructure in place. And I think the first steps have been taken. So that's a really good outlook here.
So, okay. Thank you so much for the answer. One more question.
Sure.
What's the most promising sector you see blockchain in the future?
Yeah. To be honest, it is the sector that we have seen blockchain being implemented the most, fintech, because where do you see most frauds? Fintech, finance. Money creates more problems than anything else, right, when it comes to frauds. So fintech is definitely something that we can find a lot of use cases in, different kinds of fintechs, B2B, B2C, peer-to-peer, any kind of fintech use case can come on blockchain. And then next is, I've also written on healthcare. So healthcare is also something that people have not been able to solve, right? Patients are not very comfortable sharing a lot of their medical history with a lot of doctors. So make it so that everything is recorded on the blockchain, right? Electronic health records, or as Zainab said, vaccine trials. So a couple of companies in the UK did COVID vaccine trials in 2020, so early, right? People, while they were building vaccines for COVID, which was a novel thing to do, They also tried implementing blockchain, so that's two new things you're trying, right? And you don't know what the outcome is going to be. So, but still people did because it was need. It was the need. People wanted to understand whether what they're going to be putting in their bodies is verified or not, is trustworthy or not. So fintech and then healthcare, but there are so many things, supply chain, right? Everything.
There is a lot of
big use cases.
We
big
could
use cases.
apply the blockchain technology into. So lastly, thank you. Please, Abdullah, ask the question.
From my point of view, and the perspective of the future in blockchain, what I believe is we will come to a point where we will start understanding that sometimes the trust that we give it to the technology is not enough. So the blockchain will solve it at that moment. Today, we've seen, for example, different documents. We sign it online. For example, we authorize different transactions, and these transactions, we only trust the other party. When I do, for example, a certain transaction with one of the agencies, usually we assume that the database from the agency will be trustworthy and nobody will tamper this database. While this information could be tampered any place, and one single DBA into the agency could alter this information. If we start understanding this one, we will see where is the area that blockchain will come with transparency and creating the trust part. And when that comes in the picture, we will see a lot of things will adapt the blockchain.
Thank you so much. I guess that's our questions today. Thank you for the lovely panel. And thank you, audience, for listening to us. And thank you, CITC, for arranging such an awesome event. That's it. Thank you for the event.
Thank you all for this amazing topic. Dear guests, up next is the age of machine, empowering innovation through disruptive technologies. Presentation delivered by Mr. Jan Grabski, the Technology Consulting Director at PwC. Welcome, Mr. Grabski.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here, to be invited and to speak in front of you. I have some notes here. I don't usually do these talks, so forgive me if I'm looking down at them once in a while. I've been asked to talk about disruptive innovation or innovation through disruptive technology. And I wanted to start with the word disruption. It means to rupture, to interrupt, to break apart, to forcibly separate. And the word gets used a lot, but perhaps we don't always think about what it means. If it's supposed to be calm, if it's supposed to be tame, if it's supposed to be safe, is it disruption? So today, I will speak to you a little bit about what disruption can mean with the use of blockchain and some familiar use cases. Okay, so first a little bit about me and my background so that you're aware. I'm a computer engineer. I do traditional stuff in terms of projects, implementations of ERPs, systems integration, vendor management, that kind of stuff. So grounded things that have results at the end where success is something that's non-negotiable, it needs to happen. But I like to think about disruptive things and things that are practical. In order to be practical, and this is the stuff I carry from the fact that I'm a computer engineer and I do normal projects, normal implementation projects, is that practicality demands that we go back to basics. It demands that we really review how things work. What are the building blocks that we have? What is the starting point that we have today so that we can start building tomorrow and so that we actually achieve a success? And me as a computer engineer, again, starting point and seeing what the success will happen. I have, maybe some of you have heard about Turing machines or something that's Turing complete. It's a term that gets thrown about in the blockchain space. Turing complete basically means that there's a class of problems, sometime in reality, where you have to run the program. You have to actually see in order to see what happens, you can't predict. You have to run it. And many of these use cases, many of these applications, these disruptive applications, are basically this type of problem. You actually have to try it. You have to run the program to see what happens. You can't predict. And in a way, Paul Brody's speech, there's no compression algorithm for experience. That's related. You have to experience it to know what happens next. So we'll start with the basics. And we'll talk about what blockchains actually do, first of all. And some of you may be surprised that it's so little. What do smart contracts actually do? And many of you will be surprised at what they actually do. And then we'll go into how that might apply to electronic invoicing and how that might apply to identity. And it just so happens that one of the projects, one of the exciting things that I got to do was to work on the electronic invoicing standard here in the kingdom. So I'm the technical designer of the Fattura standard. And the standard has, how many of you are familiar with the electronic invoicing standard? A little bit. Okay, there's something in there called the previous invoice hash. There's a hash of the invoice. They're cryptographically stamped. The hash is a term that also appears in blockchain, and actually that's what NFTs are. So we'll talk a little bit about that in electronic invoicing, then we'll go into identity. Okay. So what do blockchains actually do? They do two things. They use two cryptographic forms of security, of cryptography. You may know this as PKI. PKI is an older technology, and that's exactly what blockchains use. And the first thing that they use is cryptographic signatures. And often people throw around signatures and encryption in the same phrases. It's actually two separate use cases for PKI. Encryption hides information. Cryptographic signatures do not hide information. They just sign it. They authenticate it. The person, the entity who has the private key is the only one that can sign, so it's the only one in control. So cryptographic signatures and blockchains allow us to perform transactions that no one else can. There is no administrator override. The entity or person that holds the private key is the only one that can perform the transaction. What's the second thing that blockchains use or do? This is the new thing. Proof of work, and many of you might have heard about proof of stake and other consensus algorithms, but really proof of work is where it all started. And arguably it's the most elegant solution to the problem of how do you ensure transaction order? We hear about tamper-proofing of the ledger. The tamper-proofing isn't really of the data. The data can be tamper-proofed using traditional cryptography, like hashes on the electronic invoice, for example, or anything else that you have on your computer. It can be secured and tamper-proofed with hashes. But what blockchains actually do is they tamper-proof the order of transactions. How do you know what happened in the history? This is what's tamper-proofed. And this is what allows you to know who owns what, because the history tells you who owns what. If I own something yesterday, but I don't own it today, it's the history that tells us who owns it today. It's the order of transactions that tells us who owns something today. So one is, the first thing that they allow us to do is have only one person or one entity who can transfer ownership. The other one is keep track of who owns what through a tamper-proof history. Those are two simple components. And what do they give us together? Again, something really simple. a digital bearer asset. What does that mean? It's a complex term, but bearer assets are some things that traditionally we own. Gold, stocks used to be on certificates. And bearer asset means if I have it, I'm the only one that can give it to someone. Because I have it, I own it, I hold it. So I can transfer it to someone. Do I need an authority to tell me that, yes, I'm allowed to do it? Well, maybe, but really it's a peer-to-peer. I can transfer it to someone. And that's what makes a bearer asset unique, that there's only one person who has it, and that person is the only one that can transfer it to someone else. And blockchains allow us to do this in the digital sphere. That's unique. It sounds really simple and not exciting, but it is exciting and it's disruptive. It makes a lot of people uncomfortable because all of a sudden you don't need an authority to say what's allowed and what's not allowed with or when a certain asset can be transferred, or ensure that the transfer is according to a set of rules, etc. It's now peer-to-peer. So, doesn't your bank already do that, sort of? Well, it does. You can make transfers to others, and the bank won't ask you why necessarily, unless it's a really big amount. So what is it that makes blockchains unique in transferability of these assets? What is digital bearer asset as opposed to a balance in an account or a share in an account? Well, it's the fact that on a blockchain, on a public blockchain, there's no need to sign up. It's permissionless. You don't need to onboard to a blockchain. You just need to create a private key and a public address, and you're on. You can receive. So the fact that you don't sign up, that you don't pay a subscription fee, that you don't pay for the blockchain to be available and to keep a tamper-proof history, that's the unique thing. Now that's disruptive. So, what do smart contracts actually do? Tobias mentioned some things that smart contracts do, and you might have heard about them. It's where the action is in blockchain and crypto. ICOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, DeFi, decentralized finance. Those are all smart contracts. And what do? What's the one thing that they all have in common that is so easy to overlook? That's where the action is, remember. The action isn't anywhere else, it's in those areas. It's the fact that a smart contract, as used in those types of concepts, an ICO, a DAO, DeFi, is an actor. It isn't a contract between two entities. It isn't a set of business rules between me and Tobias, for example. It's an actor that I can unilaterally interact with. So in the blockchain space, on Ethereum, for example, when there's a smart contract, it is your counterparty. You interact with the smart contract uniquely. Nobody else is required. You can do it yourself. And the next person who interacts with it, again, does it themselves, only with the smart contract. The smart contract is an actor. And what makes it really interesting is that it can own a balance. It can have a balance. And there's no private key to control it. The smart contract is a programmed actor that behaves in a very predictable way with the assets that it owns. And there's no administrator that can do anything with those assets. It's only that program that can do it. Nobody can stop it. Nobody can make it do other things unless it's programmed to listen to someone. It can issue tokens, and it can accept or make payments. And people think, oh, well, that makes it a financial product or uniquely just banking, etc. But that here, that's a vending machine. It has a token balance. It has some products that we can take. So is a vending machine a financial application? Well, it does accept payments, but it isn't necessarily a financial product. And that's what smart contracts really are. They're somewhere in between. They can do financial transactions, and they can they can do things. For now, it's in the digital space. There isn't that much that links them to the physical space, but they're essentially vending machines. That's what they are. That's how to think about them. So, the smart contract is the trusted intermediary. That's how disintermediation happens. And because they are actors, there's another really cool thing is that they can interact with each other because they're actors. And this is what's happening right now in DeFi, in the crypto space, and in Ethereum. That's where all the action is. That's where the billions of dollars of transactions happen. Okay, so now that we know what smart blockchains can do, blockchains allow only one entity to transfer ownership, and they they keep track of the order of transactions, which tells us who owns what at any given time. And then smart contracts are programmable actors on that blockchain with which we can interact. What can we do with this? So, Mernal, I believe in one of the previous panel mentioned invoice financing, factoring, electronic invoices. So, the Fatura electronic invoice standard that is being implemented in Saudi Arabia right now, it's going to become mandatory starting from January next year, gradually in waves. It has a formally defined hash, which makes it technically compatible with any blockchain to be an NFT. It has the hash to make it tamper-proof. Okay, it doesn't have the hash to make it blockchain compatible, but it just so happens that all these technologies fit together. I don't know how. So it's identified by a unique hash, it's tamper-proof, and it's cryptographically signed by the issuer, so it's authenticated. So whoever has the private key for that taxpayer, I guess, has an identity that could be used on a blockchain. So how does that happen? Well, imagine a smart contract. We're doing factoring, for example. And this is a simple model use case. There are a few pieces that are missing. I'm just showing you the principle of how it works. It's a smart contract. Now you know that's an actor. It can act on its own. It has a balance of a stable coin because that's how we can interact with stable currencies on blockchains, on public blockchains. And there's a vendor, there's someone who issues an invoice, and the invoice is an NFT. So there's a wallet outside, and somebody issued an invoice, and now they're going to get paid for this invoice in 3 months maybe, because their client isn't necessarily quick, but they're good for the money. So maybe they need the money now, and maybe they have a credit rating, and the smart contract is able to read this credit rating. So what they're going to do is they're going to deposit the invoice, transfer the NFT to the smart contract. And the smart contract goes, oh, I can trust this invoice, there's an amount on it, and here you go. I can advance some money to you for a fee. That's how simple invoice financing in principle can work. And it's peer-to-peer, or basically it doesn't, because the smart contract is a programmed actor, there doesn't need to be a platform, a special software as a service platform to make this work. All you need to do is deploy a smart contract, establish some rules. Someone else can deposit the stable coins into the smart contract to say, okay, I like the way this works. Maybe I'm an investor and I'd like to earn a little bit of interest. Maybe there's some risk to this. And I'd like to deposit some money in there. So now this smart contract contains a pool of assets or a pool of money that it can actually lend. And that's how DeFi works, okay? So that's one simple use case. Now, sometimes we're concerned about privacy on the blockchain and everything's in the open. Well, in the early internet, when I was on the early internet, there was no encryption. There was no HTTPS, no padlock on the websites. We used it, and you use it knowing that there's some privacy is compromised, and that's how you use the blockchains today. So the early adopters, they can accept that. But what's really nice is that the invoice, the NFT, the hash, it doesn't actually reveal anything about what's on the invoice. So this can work today, with full privacy, on any blockchain, any public blockchain, without revealing private data. The only thing that it reveals is amounts, okay, which with something like Nightfall can be concealed very soon. So this is, all the building blocks to do this are available today. And they're nicely actually compatible with the legal structure and the KSA as well. Now I said blockchains are permissionless. Nobody signs up, whatever, but we want to know who people are, right? You can't just have a blockchain of everybody anonymously transact because, well, one, you don't know if it's criminal activity or not. You might want to know who you're dealing with because ultimately it's not the blockchain that ensures there's no criminal activity. It's the actors, it's me. If I'm interacting on a blockchain, I want to know that I'm doing this with somebody who's acting according to the law, that they're not doing something illegal. I want to be doing things that are legal. I want to be able to identify myself so that, one, I can say, I can use my reputation maybe. Two, I can trust whoever I'm interacting with, that I'm not going to get wrapped up in some scheme or something like that or get in trouble. So identity, that's the other one. We're used to identity being provided by an authority. Well, there's a concept called self-sovereign identity. And self-sovereign identity is basically, it works like paper documents. Where when we used to have paper documents, anytime we use a passport, anytime that we use an ID, well, we still do that mostly. We hold the document, we show it to someone. We don't need a platform or anybody else to tell us. The thing is signed, it's issued on some official plastic or paper, tamper-proof, and it's bearer, it's a bearer instrument that I can just show around. I don't need an authority to be there watching over our shoulder to use this. And self-sovereign identity is the same idea in the digital space. And it's also enabled by blockchain for one area of it. So what it is basically a collection of what are called verifiable claims. And these claims are little digital objects that basically say who is the issuer of the claim. So for example, the government says that my name is Jan Grabski, and it's the government's signature, electronic signature will be on there. Or a university issuing a diploma, saying I finished computer engineering here and here. It'll say my name, yeah, and it'll be tamper-proof. That means it has a hash. It's basically is tamper-proof, cryptographically tamper-proof. That's not all blockchain. But what you want to know is it current? Is it valid? Okay, and that's what blockchain can tell you because it tells you, am I looking at the latest state of something? So if a verifiable claim expires or is revoked, a blockchain can tell you about that. And again, the fact that blockchains are open and transparent doesn't mean that the information is public, because self-sovereign identity, it stays on your phone, it stays on your device. It's the state, the hash of the state, the latest, whether it's been revoked or not, that status, that's what's on the blockchain. So if anybody looks on the blockchain, they don't know what the verifiable claim is. Only the person that I show it to knows what the claim is. And the blockchain just tells them, is this claim still valid? So that's the second use case that kind of turns digital identity on its head. Because this kind of a mechanism doesn't really require an issuer, it just requires a standard. And this standard exists, it's called the Decentralized Identity Standard, and it is being implemented and has been around for over 5 years. And it's also available to start building with today. So, what I hope I've shown you is how blockchains, even with simple building blocks, very simple components and very simple mechanisms that exist in the kingdom today, can be used in practical ways to change the way that we do things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grabsky. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today aiming to keep up with the rapid developments of digitalization. And on the next panel discussion, our panelists will seek to dive deep into unlocking Web3 potential. We are pleased to invite Mr. Anthony Day, Ecosystem Stewardship and Research, Validity Technologies, and also we welcome the panelists in this panel discussion. Welcome, Mr. Day.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for taking the time. I'd like to invite my panelists actually just to come up on stage now, guys. Please come on up. Guys, if you could give them a round of applause. Thank you. What I hope over the next 45 minutes or so is that everybody in this audience takes away some examples of what's happening for real with blockchain and Web3 technology in Saudi Arabia today. We've heard from many esteemed speakers from outside the region. Today we're hearing from experts who work here, live here, who have created businesses here today. And this is super important for us to be able to help grow the use of the technology, the ecosystem, the startups, the investment, the engagement with government and enterprise. This is where it really happens. And I say that because I've spent the last 6 years of a 20-year career focused entirely on blockchain technology, working with governments, with enterprises, and with pure Web3 blockchain startups, in the likes of Deloitte, IBM, and now with Parity Technologies. And also, when I have some free time, which is not often, I've been hosting a podcast called Blockchain Won't Save the World. And the focus of that show for the last year and a half has been to try and capture the learnings, the essence, the catalysts, the barriers to adopting blockchain technology and Web3 all around the world. So I've spent 30, 40 hours in each country looking at research, interviewing experts in every field, in every part of society, and helping from them to capture the learnings for the benefit of other nations that are looking to develop. So I've been speaking to experts in Brazil, Malta, Israel, in Germany, the Netherlands, the UAE, in Canada, in Japan, in Australia, in New Zealand. All of these different countries have different reasons for engaging with blockchain technology. They all have different reasons for engaging with technology in general, whether it be led by the government first, by regulators from an innovation mandate, or whether it was led by the community first as more of a libertarian movement, or for those who wanted to achieve financial freedom or to accelerate the betterment of society. Everybody has a different reason for engaging with technology. And I've been privileged to learn some of those stories, and I'm very grateful that we have two Saudis in the room here who are going to help share their stories with you. So before we get started, I'm not really a fan of moderators introducing their panelists because you're getting second-hand information. So I would rather you have the first-hand information from the three speakers that I'm very lucky to have join with me today, and hear their story of why they are interested in this technology and maybe why you should be too. So Majid, if you could start us off, please.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thanks a lot, Anthony, and it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Majid Al-Mansouri. I'm an academic, and I've been in the blockchain industry since late 2016. I've been working as a blockchain consultant since 2017. And right now I'm leading strategy at Nukta NFT marketplace, the first NFT marketplace out of Saudi that we're very proud to provide and to found for Saudis and for everyone. And we're also working at enabling infrastructure for multiple governmental entities and multiple companies here in Saudi. And I've been extremely passionate about blockchain since 2017, and in particular in the enablement part. and which goes hand in hand with Vision 2030 and the digitalization that's taking place at the Kingdom right now, which again, we're very, very proud of.
Thank you very much for the introduction. We have some... Thank you so much. Khulud, please.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. I'm very happy to be here. So let's start from the beginning. So my name is Khulud Ilyami, and I'm working in the blockchain industry in general since 2017. So I worked on a different project related, let's say, to usually government entities. And since then, I'm very interested to work in blockchain. And adding to that, I'm very interested even to empower, let's say, Saudis, especially females, in blockchain. So that's why we established Noondao. Noondao, it's an organization that I'm going to talk a lot about in this event, to empower Arab females in blockchain. So blockchain, it's not just, let's say, a trend. It's not just, let's say, a bubble, because we hear this on every new thing, every new technology. So it's a very important and technology that we need to utilize to the maximum. And my role here is to enable and empower people, especially females, in blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And Sebastian, thank you so much for joining us. You have a very global and worldwide remit at Sotheby's, but tell me, how did you find your first interest in blockchain technology, and how are you using it today, or how are you being involved with it today?
Thank you, and a pleasure to be back in Riyadh here today. I came to blockchain with a almost 20-year career in the traditional art world, and seeing through NFTs, seeing the ability, the immutability and the digital identity that we were just hearing about on the last lecture, and the ability that gives for digital artists to have a market for their artworks. Digital art is not new. Digital art's been around since the 1960s, but it's very rarely been collected or traded as a result of the inability to show the ownership of that digital item. And blockchain technology, NFTs, has completely changed the way that we look at that ownership and the passage of title and collectability. Beyond that, as we've been selling NFTs as a company over the last 18 months or so, we've really started to see how blockchain technology can revolutionize other areas of the physical art and collectibles market, which we'll talk about more later.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Sebastian. And so what we have here is two entrepreneurs, two people who have started businesses or who are creating businesses, communities that are centered around decentralized technology, and Sebastian, who works with every particular swathe of society that are interested in technology and the arts, and the experience and the metaverse as well. So again, we will be available for you guys to come and ask us questions after this session as well. So if there's more you'd like to hear, or you'd like to hear the insider story of how this technology is being used for real, this is an incredibly powerful group to have at your disposal. So please do make time to speak with them. Majid, the economic climate for startups and any business over the last year or 2 years has been particularly challenging, and yet still you managed to start and create your own business as an NFT platform. Tell us what that was like. Obviously, you're a Saudi business. You're based here, very proud to be here. Take us through the short history of what that's been like for the last year or so.
Sure. So when we talk about the blockchain technology, I think it's really important to highlight that it's a 14-year-old technology, and with that comes, of course, many challenges, considering it's a new technology and a new trend, and has its new regulatory framework. Working as a startup in such domain and in such technology makes it even more and more competitive, as you mentioned, despite all the economic conditions. But having said that, we have seen a lot of powerful movement of startups of blockchain in the region and in emerging technologies in general, and in particular in blockchain. And for us in Nukta, so Nukta was founded originally by Salwa Radwi she's here as well. And I joined forces with Salwa alongside with my partner Muhammad. And it wasn't easy, of course, at all at the beginning. And I really want to highlight something for the audience and something for also the entrepreneurs in the audience and everyone else. While it is extremely hard considering blockchain is still not completely regulated technology yet, and this is the status not only in Saudi but everywhere else in the world, I really want to highlight the governmental efforts locally in Saudi Arabia, in particular from MCIT and CITC, in really supporting startups. We have seen massive support from CITC in particular. They have this platform, which I'm sure everybody knows about. It's called Manassatak, which you can apply for, and you become known to across all vendors and all other projects. And they also were one of the very first countries, actually, to introduce the DLT license, which gives you full capability of introducing distributed ledger technology, which covers a big part of the blockchain activities. And we're blessed to be starting a startup in Saudi.
Very good. And again, the startup ecosystem is a critical component of any technology ecosystem, in any type of technology, whether that's blockchain, artificial intelligence, cloud, IoT. The ability to encourage and support startups is incredibly powerful. So as you're thinking about how does this grow, or how does this impact Saudi Arabia, how do we reach that $1 billion worth of revenue, or $1 billion worth of value in the Saudi blockchain ecosystem? Enabling startups from the grassroots, critically important, and that relationship between the regulators, government entities and startups is critically important too, not least of which then also investment capital, talent, development, we'll talk about that as well, and the people. So Khulud, a big part of what you've described, you've created a decentralized autonomous organization, a DAO for those in shorthand who don't use it or who don't know the term regularly. Tell us a little bit about DAOs. Tell us about your DAO that you've created and what it's taken to do that, and how you expect that to benefit people here in Saudi.
So DAO, it's a decentralized, as you mentioned, autonomous organization. So I'll try to explain it in very basic. So I try to imagine working with the people around the world that you don't know, but you have your common role, your common, let's say, authorization, your own, you can make your own, let's say, governance. So this is the main way to, let's say, this is the basic way to explain the DAO. And for DAO, it's very transparent. It's transparent. There are a trust in the DAOs. Because, let's say, as a member or as a community for the DAO, you have the visibility on the financial information, the operational information. So you don't have managers, you don't have, let's say, the layers in DAOs. Everybody knows what's going on, and everybody has the right to make the decision, because this is the one, let's say, important aspect. Making decision process, it's within all the community. So it's very important to understand the use cases related to DAOs. Because nowadays we see different kind of DAOs. We see DAOs that give money, and we see DAOs that takes money, collect money to invest. We see DAOs that's formulated based on common objective. So we see payment DAOs, like Uniswap, for example. It's a DAO. We see another DAOs with, let's say, a common interest, like sport teams, like art, NFT DAOs, and so on. So this is the logic behind the DAOs and why DAOs it's formulated. So it gives us, let's say, this kind of incentive the community to be engaged in the making the decision itself. So, and there are different ways and mechanisms for making decisions and voting and so on. So this is, let's say, in general, what's DAO. For non-DAO, actually known as, in Arabic, known as Nun al-Niswa. So because our DAO is focused to empower females in blockchain, specifically the Arab females in blockchain. So this is the logic behind NunDAO, because I've been working in blockchain, let's say, since 2016 here in Saudi Arabia in different projects. And I noticed through my journey that females, especially in technology, because based on the statistics, you only have 15% female who works in blockchain, which is a very minimum number, and we need to invest and empower those females. So this is the logic behind NunDAO, and this is, let's say, the objective of the DAO we formulated. So through my journey, I noticed that there are a knowledge and there are, let's say, capabilities within, whether it's a female or male, but I'm focusing here on females only. But there are, let's say, some gap between the connecting those, let's say, skills with projects, connecting people who wants to learn and, let's say, have this interest with the right sources. So this is, let's say, the logic behind Noondao.
Fantastic, thank you. And as an introduction, this is really powerful. And again, for those in the audience who haven't had a touch point with a decentralized autonomous organization or DAO before, this is a construct that allows for digital governance, for fundraising, for supporting common interest projects. It's like a form of virtual government. Now, I realize, sitting in a government agency building, talking about regulation and decentralization is not necessarily always the most compatible. But what you've seen here is that Noondao has created that concept with a common purpose to support Arabic women in Saudi Arabia and around the world. And they're able to do that, and any one of you could participate in that DAO tomorrow. You could support from providing your expertise, providing capital, providing connections to educational authorities, to startup businesses, venture capital, to support from a regulatory perspective. Anybody can contribute anything in a DAO, providing it helps link to the common purpose. And the outcomes and the decisions made by that DAO are transparent and visible for everybody. And I think that's incredibly powerful as a catalyst and as an accelerator for any cause. Khulud's cause is a particularly virtuous one, but any particular cause relating to blockchain in Saudi could have its own digital governance, could have its own transparency, could have its own fundraising, led by the people who are most likely to benefit from it, which I think is a hugely powerful thing. So another recommendation for any of you here, go and check out Noondao after the session today. Go and look at other DAOs or decentralized autonomous organizations in Saudi or elsewhere, and start engaging, start learning. It's not too different from engaging with social media. It just so happens that there are very deliberate outcomes rather than just venting of your feelings. So please do go and check out decentralized autonomous organizations in your own time. Sebastian, you spend enough time in the region. You travel the world with decentralized technology, engaging with artists, art collectors, high net worth individuals relating to blockchain technology. What have been your observations around MENA, around Saudi particularly, and its interest in NFTs, blockchain, and Web3?
Yeah, Sotheby's is a heritage business. It's a 277-year-old organization that has been bringing what collectors of that day have been looking for. So NFTs and the meteoric rise that we saw in the interest in NFTs over the last 2.5 years in particular has been a real draw for Sotheby's to look into this as something to bring to collectors. We have 80 offices across 40 countries, and MENA is a very important region to us as a business. And when we started selling NFTs in April of last year, we could see this global demand for digital art, for NFTs. And again, MENA was a very important buying base that we could see straight away. In February of this year, we held the first NFT exhibition in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, at the Diriyah Biennale public exhibition, which was a fantastic way to bring a museum-quality group of artists' work, including the work of a Saudi artist that was represented in that exhibition. And we had about 5,000 people come through over a 3-day period to see the exhibition, but also to hear from artists, from Sotheby's experts, as well as people who have been building Web3 companies and NFT art marketplaces. And we could see in that period just how much interest there was from all age groups. One thing that we've seen as an organization selling NFTs is it's been a much younger audience in general. So our collectors of digital art are on average at least 10 years younger than our traditional collector base. Very global organization, audience, but a young audience. And what we could see from the experience in Saudi Arabia, that all age groups were interested. We had people in their teens through to their 70s and 80s coming to this exhibition. The questions that we were receiving was ranging from the early curious all the way through to expertise. And we could see over that period as well, we had people who were artists wanting to use NFT technology. You also had Web3 companies based in the region looking for artists. And by having an in-person forum like this, we were able to bring people together in order to further this space.
Fantastic. So you're observing not just an acceleration of interest, but also that it's not a millennial thing. It's not unique to any one particular age group. You're seeing that Saudis of every generation are interested and curious about the application of this technology, whether it be for the purpose of art, whether it be the purpose of creating businesses, whether it be for the purpose of trade, the use in government and governance. It's quite progressive so far.
A real thirst for information, knowledge, and the transfer of that knowledge.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Majid, I'm going to come back to you in terms of, let's get it, again, granular and give some examples for the audience of what's really happening, because I'd like every person in the room today to go away and believe with confidence that there are organizations, examples in Saudi today of great technology being built by impressive organizations that anybody can engage with. What do you see in terms of the government, semi-government, and private organizations in Saudi now working with this technology? Give us some spectrum of the diversity that's there today.
Yes, actually we're seeing a very high level of adoption of blockchain across multiple segments, utilizing smart contracts in general, utilizing NFTs, which go also under the smart contract file, and tokenization of multiple assets. We've seen that so many, and I'm sure many of the audience are aware of multiple pilots and studies that are taking place across governmental, semi-governmental, and companies in Saudi Arabia. Some of them are happening behind the scenes, and considering that we're one of the infrastructure providers, we're aware of them. Some of them are extremely confidential, and some of them are quite public. And I think it all began in Saudi with a project in 2018, a governmental project called Haber. And I think this really showed that Saudi has been, in particular in the past 3-4 years, extremely keeping up with the technologies, is in particular across governmental and semi-governmental, and multiple other initiatives and pilots took place as well since that time.
Very good. So it's not something that's existing as theory, it's actually being put into practice, which I think is very powerful. And again, the two entrepreneurs on the stage today are examples that it doesn't necessarily have to be a large, sprawling government organization or government program to be able to demonstrate value. Khulud, I'm going to come back to you on the benefit to the people. Right? So there's been a lot of talk about enterprise, a lot of talk about corporations, trade, assets, but let's boil it back down to the people and society for a minute. Particularly with DAOs or with NoonDAO, how do you see blockchain technology enabling or supporting the benefit of people individually?
Okay, so if you allow me to, let's say, go back to Majid's question because it's related to each other. So talking about the adoption of blockchain, first of all, Web3 is a very generic term that it has blockchain, it has DeFi, GameFi, NFTs, DAOs, Metaverse, so it's a lot to name. So when we talk about Web3 adoption here in Saudi Arabia, it's really huge and we can see it every day. And talking specifically about blockchain, it's been, most of the government, let's say, entities, they started their own experimentation, their own project. And they even announced a lot of these projects. For example, the Saudi Central Bank, they announced for their central bank digital currency, Aber. The custom, they also announced their project, I think, with IBM to track the custom and so on. FDA also, the Food and Drug Authority, they have their own, let's say, project using blockchain. So we're done from experimentation. Now we started to see the implementation, which is very interesting. And you can see how everyone is very interested and keen to know more and experiment this technology. And adding to that, I think recently CMA, they announced that they are expecting now a blockchain startups in their fintech lab. Because of that, we're going to see a lot of fintechs, we're going to see a lot of companies who's going to implement blockchain and so on. So it's very obvious that there are a huge, let's say, interest, a huge investment in that area. And also based on the numbers that announced yesterday by His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, the expected numbers for blockchain markets is going to reach 1 billion in 2025, and this is only 3 years starting from now. So the market is evolving very fast here in Saudi Arabia. And this is not only in technology, as we can see, Saudi Arabia is evolving very fast in different aspects, including technology and blockchain. So
I want to add something to what Khalud mentioned. MashaAllah, she gave a great summary about what happened in the scene. And I want to focus in particular on the CMA announcement that she mentioned. Maybe it's the latest announcement, and in particular it handled the STOs, which is security token offerings. And I think this will open a door for new kind of entrepreneurs and new kind of projects, in addition to the projects that we've seen. Because in particular, when you talk about STOs and security tokens, there is some complexity in security tokens as compared to other tokens that are, of digital assets or smart contracts or any blockchain-based tokens, if you like. And opening the door for the sandbox for STOs and for startups to come and to apply for it is really a huge move, not only for Saudi. I mean, even if you look around the region and around other countries, we haven't seen such an initiative and such a move.
Yeah, I think that's hugely powerful, and my former colleague and still friend Anthony Butler talked about this earlier in terms of the clarity or the understanding of the different types of assets, how they're treated, how they behave, when they act autonomously or when they work or when they're transferred and moved or active on platforms that exist in the cloud. These are important things for businesses to be able to then go and do automation and transformation work with. Ultimately, blockchain is no different to any other technology that we're enabling digital transformation of the jobs, the activities, the processes that we've always been trying to do. Governance being an example in DAOs, trade being an example in logistics or supply chain management, regulatory reporting, even inter-ministry communication. Right? All of these exist today. They happen in a certain way. It's just that we found a different or a better way to be able to deliver them. Sebastian, I want to come to you on physical assets, because we talk a lot about tokens, we talk a lot about tokenization, digital assets, but when it comes to applying blockchain technology to physical assets, this is where I think it becomes particularly interesting and also challenging, right? Because it's not that we should be using digital technology because we have it. It's that we should be using it because the use cases or the experience for the user become better because we have it. Give us your experience from a Sotheby's perspective on how are you trying to solve the challenge of digitizing physical assets and adding that trust on top?
As you say, it's a very topical, interesting topic of today. NFTs was a very obvious use case, I would say, for Sotheby's. Bringing digital art, which is very complementary to the art world, and being able to sell that. Sotheby's was one of the first Web2 companies to launch a Web3 platform, Sotheby's Metaverse, which we opened in October of last year, as a place to centralize our NFT sales and to be able to accept cryptocurrency, to allow people to attach their wallets in order to trade NFTs. But it's got us thinking about how we can think about the selling of physical items in a more frictionless way. How we can assign a token to ascribe the ownership, but also to hold information about a physical item, to tether the two together, to be sold together, and to change and to add value to the way that we trade collectibles. And I see this as being in twofold something that's going to really revolutionize the way that physical items are recorded, but also traded in the future. So one aspect of this is the concept of a digital twin. So having a digital representation of a physical item that can be traded. So an example of this, if Sotheby's was selling a painting that was held in Sotheby's vault, so in Sotheby's storage, a digital twin of that could be sold and then traded between multiple parties until such buyer wanted to redeem the physical and then have that delivered to them. This way of trading simply, frictionlessly, quickly, globally, can have a real difference in how we could speed up the number of transactions. Just using an example, Damien Hirst had a well-known NFT project called The Currency. 10,000 original paintings were stored in a vault and 10,000 NFTs were issued to the buyers. Over the weeks after that original sale, those NFTs were traded another 22,000 times. So because the physical, if that was in a traditional auction house way, that each item would have to come back to the auction house. It would have to be recorded again. It would have to be photographed. It would have to be condition checked. It would then have to be sent to the buyer in order to come back again to be resold. That would take months, if not years, in order to have that many trades in that time. Thinking about how that could be represented over the 65,000 items that Sotheby's sells in a normal year is where blockchain technology can really change the way that we trade. Another way is the provenance and the information that's stored when a painting trade, how that can be stored on the blockchain in a way that can be trusted and seen publicly will also have ramifications across the art world.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And that to me talks about the digital transformation of how customers experience your art, how trade happens of items in the industry, in the business that you do, how you also create a different experience with that, whether it is a digital twin that's purely digital, whether you include physical security or items, whether there's an element of warehousing, or whether the assets you sell are natively digital and then can be transacted. I think it becomes... It's clear that Sotheby's has tried to progress that as much as possible. And I also love that you mentioned Sotheby's Metaverse. Immediately on after this session is another former colleague and still friend, I hope, of mine, Mazhar Hussain, is going to be talking about the Metaverse and specific implications. So do please stick around for that session as well, because I'm really interested to hear his perspectives. There he is waving in the audience. So I'm really excited for that one too. Majid, let's talk a little bit about your, as if running a startup wasn't hard enough already, you also work with academia as a professor. Talent, students, and youth are critical components of every and any technology community. Talk us through the work that you've been doing in academia. How is academia supporting learning and development around blockchain and Web3 in Saudi today?
Okay. That's a very good question. Again, back to blockchain. It's a new industry, and of course, a big part of what we had to do at Nukta as well, at the startup, and as part of my duties as an academic at King Abdulaziz University, is actually educating and really raising awareness around the technology. I'll take it step by step. So in terms of academia, there has been growing attention across creating new curriculums and introducing new courses to keep up with the new trends that are happening in blockchain. I personally had experience in founding one of the first research units across all Saudi universities. It's called Blockchain in Healthcare Research Unit in King Abdulaziz University. It was in collaboration with Oxford University. And we're currently writing reviews about multiple use cases that have been implemented in biotechnology and healthcare. And when it comes to our company, Nukta, Nukta is definitely has been doing a lot of work in the past 7-8 months across raising awareness and breaking down the technical parts of the technology. We're creating multiple small videos in Arabic, because when you talk about even the technicalities in blockchain, the content in Arabic is very, very limited. So we had to come up with content directed towards that specific audience of ours. And we've seen growing number of also many workshops across governmental entities directed towards multiple levels, from students in schools and high school to even employees and to the public. And I think I'm expecting to see more of that in the future as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. And to be clear, anybody in the audience and the guys on the stage here, we didn't start with blockchain technology. We didn't, our first jobs weren't working with blockchain and Web3. We started and learned somewhere, informally, on the job, with work, in our free time. The benefit now is that the technology is 14 years old, that we're able to educate students at the beginning of their digital transformation journey, or at the beginning of their learning journey, to understand the concepts, the technology architecture, the business implications, legal implications, regulatory implications, and it's all of those. It's not one of them. And importantly, we talked about this, it's not just about developers, right? Blockchain is famous for being a technology, and you think that that's complex, it involves cryptography, it involves architects. But actually, at this point in the industry, 14 years in, it involves every single person of every single type and background, from every single type of background and experience that you can possibly describe. So Khulud, also as your background and having been somebody who's been educated and grown up and worked in Saudi and now moved into the blockchain space, how do we encourage non-technical people or non-developers, particularly here in Saudi, to take an interest and to be involved and working in blockchain and Web3?
So there is a misconception, or let's say misunderstanding of that you need to be a developer or let's say a pure technical person to work in blockchain. So again, as Dr. Majid mentioned that we're already starting to, let's say, develop these skills with universities. Nowadays we have a lot of courses and we also have initiatives. For example, we have the Digital Academy, which is an initiative from MCIT. They have a blockchain boot camps, they have AI boot camps and so on. So it doesn't require that you need, you have the development skills or you be a developer, because as you mentioned, we all started in different places and we end up with blockchain. And also I noticed that there's a gap because, okay, we have the technical people, but the new solution is not about the technology only, it's not about blockchain only, because at the end it's the back end. As a user, I don't care, are you using an Excel sheet or you use blockchain? I only care about the, let's say, ultimate solution, let's say, the end result. So to come up with this, there are different aspects related to that. And actually there is a gap because we have a business people, for example, and we have a technical people. But we need people in between, people who understand business and people who understand technology. And those people going to combine both, let's say, fields together to come up with the solution that we need today. So I don't need, let's say, because I work in payment industry, so I don't need economists or, let's say, our financial people. I don't need developers. I need people in between who understand this and that and mix it together and come up with solution. People who can, let's say, combine, let's say, the health industry with the technology. It's will tech, it's let's say fitness tech, it's a different aspect that is mixed together where we can have the final result, which is in between. Plus, it's about the customer experience. So the customer journey and so on, it's not a technical thing. It's purely with, let's say, expert and SMEs and customer experience and journeys. So you don't have to be a technical, you don't have to be a developer to work on Web3, because again, it's a mix of all of that.
Really, really nicely put point. And I think the important learning here, and Murnal said it earlier in one of the earlier sessions, is blockchain isn't this shadow industry that exists in isolation that's completely different from the rest of the world and the rest of commerce and the rest of government. This is a technology type, an infrastructural technology that is used to support applications, which is used to support the jobs and activities that we do every day normally. And so within, whether it be a startup, whether it be a protocol like with Casper, or whether it be in academia, or developing courses and learning, or creating a business that enables it, or having an existing enterprise that plugs in decentralized technology to improve its supply chain processes or whatever it might be, in there you have sales, marketing, procurement, legal, risk, finance, treasury. Every one of those domains requires somebody with blockchain experience or understanding or passion to work in that space or to work there. Every startup needs all of those capabilities too. And so as you find yourself asking, why is this relevant to me? Or maybe it's the other end of the spectrum. You think, blockchain's quite exciting. You took the time to come here to attend this session, so I assume you have some small interest. Even if you're skeptical, how does this benefit me? How does this impact me? How could I possibly do this job? How could I possibly end up working in blockchain? I only do X. Insert whatever it is that you're doing today. It's too late for me to learn. My existing experience isn't relevant. None of those things are true. And to get to the multi-billion-dollar industry that we've talked about in Saudi, we need everybody. There is not enough talent available to be able to fill all of the roles and all of the jobs that need to get done, to build those businesses, to build those ecosystems, to create launch pads and accelerators for startups, for enterprises to engage. We also talked about management consulting or advisory to help to develop that. Fortunately, our friends from IBM, PwC, EY, and many others will happily help us on that journey, and there are many of them here today. So please do reach out to them as well. There's no shortage of management consultants. Thank goodness. But for Saudis, for locals, there is nothing in Web3 that is beyond you. The technology is different. But if I wanted to go and learn artificial intelligence or cloud computing, I imagine the journey would be just as hard. And so the concept is not impenetrable. There is no shortage of information. Yes, Majid made a very good point. We need more content in Arabic language, so it's relatable, so it's easy to understand, so it talks to existing relatable examples for the Saudi audience. And so there's a role for academia to play. There's a role for social media to play. There's a role for DAOs. There's a role for every different element of society. Again, we talked about female empowerment and being able to get more women into technology. Hopefully, this also helps to highlight that's critically important, but there are so many different ways and avenues that when we're talking to our sisters, our daughters, our partners, our friends, the experience that they have already is relevant and needed to help us to grow this industry. And so on that, I'm going to close it and say, thank you for listening to this. Hopefully you're inspired that there is existing knowledge and experience in blockchain and Web3 in Saudi today. The people on the stage next to me can be role models and examples, and we'll be here for your questions if you want to reach out to them later, as will Sebastian and I as onlookers from the outside, ready and willing to support the ecosystem here, and of course the rest of the fine speakers that we have today. Thank you very much for listening. Shukran.
Shukran, Mr. Anthony, and for all the panelists in the previous panel discussion. Dear guests, we take another step toward the future with Mr. Maz Hussein. Mr. Hussein is the head of Digital Lighthouse in KPMG, and the next panel discussion, it will be Hello Metaverse World, and hello Mr. Hussein.
Please stay with me. There will be some questions I'll be posing to the audience which I need you to pay attention to. And I've been told by a lot of the people here that we've got a really attentive audience. And thank you for the plug earlier, Anthony. So I have the pleasure of running a business called the Digital Lighthouse at KPMG. The Digital Lighthouse is the Center of Excellence for Data, AI, and Emerging Technologies. And today I've been asked to talk about a very contemporary topic, which is the metaverse. Now, I'm hoping that today I'm going to share with you a bit about what we believe the metaverse is, what we think it means, and also, is it a thing, right? Or is it one of those Gartner hype cycles that's going to kind of hype and then fizzle out, or actually is it going to stick around and develop into something quite significant? So really keen to see whether there's a future as it relates to metaverse. So we'll have that discussion. And also, I'll be interested to ask you at the end on whether you feel we're heading towards a metaverse first world. Actually, when Anthony and I worked together, we were working together as we were heading into the mobile first world, then came the cloud first world, and today we're kind of living in an AI first world. So is the future a metaverse first world? So I'm going to start with a quiz, as promised, because I need to get your energy flowing. And I'm trying to understand who knows what metaverse is. And I'm going to keep it really easy. I need to get a show of hands. And there's going to be 3 options. Option 1 is going to be very familiar. Second is somewhat familiar. And the third is not familiar at all. So first, those of you who are very familiar with metaverse, please stick your hand in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'll be coming to see you shortly for some more consulting advice today. So I've got 4 in the room. Somewhat familiar. So show of hands. Excellent. Good. Thank you, Anthony. That's helpful. And then finally, not familiar at all, which is absolutely okay. Thank you for being very brave. Thank you very much. Right. So I think it's fair to say most of us are in the somewhat familiar or not familiar at all, which is fantastic, which is the perfect audience for me. So there was a survey run recently to ask the same question. And what we found is as we cut the outputs of the survey down by generation, we found that millennials were the ones that kind of knew the most about this emerging topic, fast followed by Gen Z. Clearly, most of the people in this room, along with me, are the baby bloomers. So that's where we sit. But don't feel like you need to know this stuff, because this is very, very contemporary as far as the topic is concerned. So what I'd like to do is start with a quick level set. I've been given 25 minutes, and I've promised to keep to it. I'm a man of my word, so I'll do my best. So actually, this time last year, if you said metaverse, nobody would have put their hand up. Nobody would have heard of it, literally 12 months ago. So what's changed? All right, so one of the signals we found was Shake Google, that in this time last year, there was suddenly an influx of interest, and metaverse became top of mind. Not quite sure, or not really having a real appreciation of why that is, but that's exactly what happened. Does anybody want to hazard a guess on what happened around that time last year? Sorry? Yes, hold that thought. Good shout. So, it's certainly big, from what we understand. It's very hard to measure at this stage, but it's fair to say, so if you look at it in a narrow definition, you focus around, and some purists will say, guys, let's not look at the goggles, but if we look at just the hardware, then we think there's a billion headset market coming in the next, between now and the end of the decade, and quite a significant addressable market. Now, the other thing we've been informed is actually 52% of Gen Z believe they will be working in the metaverse before in the next 2 years, right? And my personal view is a billion headsets before the turn of the decade is an underestimate. I believe that pretty much every household that has a mobile will have a headset probably in the next 5 years. So usually when you look at big trends like this emerging, you follow the money, right? So if you look at this chart, actually, what we're finding is the big banks and all the investors are really looking at this in a serious way. Now, the numbers vary, and the reason the numbers vary is when the analysis was done, it really depended on what vertical or what segment they were looking at. But ultimately, it's fair to say that actually it's a significant market, and there's a lot of capital going and flowing towards metaverse as a whole. And actually, I heard recently SoftBank has invested in circa $100 million to focus on different startups, actually a specific one in Japan. And when SoftBank's serious, then it's real money. So what is the metaverse? So there's two ways I look at the metaverse. One is kind of the language you've been hearing today. So Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3. So Web 1 was the information economy. Web 2 was the platform economy where you got the Netflix and the Twitters. And then Web 3 is what was described by Khulud earlier very eloquently, which is the creator economy, where you've got kind of decentralized finance. You've got the metaverse, you've got blockchain, and all of those things coming together. The other way to describe it is potentially it's where our physical lives and our digital selves meet. So here we're talking about virtual worlds, avatars that kind of are digital versions of yourself, and digital assets. So just another quick show of hands. Who in this room has heard the term Roblox? Brilliant. And I'm assuming your children are using it, right? So they are the next generation. They are the guys that are going to probably be spending most of their time in the metaverse, is my view. Now, I think this is telling, right? I dismissed Roblox earlier this year. However, when my 6-year-old and 7-year-old children came to me and I said, "What do you want for Eid?" And I was expecting them to say to me, "I want a console or I want a bike." But no, he wants credits in Roblox, right? So he can buy skins, games, and be able to trade within Roblox, right? So for me, that was hugely telling that this is a thing. And that's where I started my learning journey with my 7-year-old. So, what I'd like to do is spend the next 15 minutes, now we understand what it is talk a bit about the pace of change, also a bit about the economic opportunities, and also some of the potential challenges that exist. So, someone mentioned Meta earlier, you're absolutely right. So this all started this time last year when Facebook rebranded to Meta, committed $10 billion to Meta itself, and 10,000 people focused on building this out for them. So you know that's serious, right, when something like that happens. But the other thing that happened in December was one of the largest purchases of land in Decentraland. $2.4 million got spent on a piece of land. The piece of land was on Fashion Avenue, right? And the intention at the time was for them to use the land to essentially promote fashion and sell potentially avatar clothing using crypto. Now, fast forward to March this year, and you had the first MVFW, Metaverse Fashion Week, 4-day-long event in the metaverse with contribution from Selfridges, Estee Lauder, Tommy Hilfiger, Dolce & Gabbana, all the big brands contributing to this. Now, you may sit there and think, that's really fascinating, right? I think that's quite fascinating. It's quite telling what's going on. The other thing I find really fascinating is how they democratize fashion, right? Previously, if you needed to go to London Fashion Week, you kind of need to know the cool people in town, right? Or you want to go to Paris Fashion Week. This allows everybody to have access to the current fashion and trends. So democratizing fashion. The next big one is actually a really interesting one. Ghazali, who is an Indonesian student, he's a computer science student who's studying computer science, 22 years old, in Indonesia, decides at the beginning of his course that he's going to take selfies. So Sotheby's will love this. He's going to take unemotional selfies of himself every morning and keep a record of his student journey. For a chuckle, he decided he's going to convert it to NFTs and upload it. To his amazement, he had a renowned chef buy the first NFT. From there, they created a snowball effect, and he's now sitting on $1 million of income as a result of him taking pictures of himself. He's still not told his parents about it. And then finally, Microsoft. So Microsoft early this month actually made an announcement where they'll be actually introducing animated avatars into Teams, and they will also introduce a feature which is focused around kind of AI-generated meetings and actions. So now starting to see that happen quite rapidly. As people think about metaverse, a lot of people think, okay, it's gaming. But actually what we found is it's moved far beyond gaming now. And as an example, in 2020, 54 billion was spent on skins, which is more than what gets spent on music, right, in downloading music. So quite a significant jump. But the other telling or quite interesting fact is, from the statistics, is 70% of Gen Z and millennials believe that how they present themselves in the virtual world was more important to them than the way they present themselves in the physical world. That really is telling in terms of psychologically what's going on here and how people feel about. I mean, or you can tell, I can see who the oldies are like me, who are kind of going like this in there, I can't believe it. It's real, right? It's really starting to happen. So another quiz question, I'd love you to just shout out. First one is, what do you think the average price of one parcel of land will cost in Metaverse? Anybody want to take a guess? $5,000. Ooh, very close. Anybody else? Very close, and I'm going to reveal in literally 10 seconds. And then anybody want to make a quick guess on how many landowners there are in Metaverse today? $1 million. Okay. So the average price of land is $3 million today, but they're saying it's going up, right? Sorry, $3,000, and it will be going up to $12,000, they think, in the next 12 months because of the demand. 70% of the land has already been sold. So with all the good news stories, there are challenges. And I think that we need to keep our kind of eyes open to this. But so Gartner predicts 25% of people are expected to spend at least 1 hour a day in the metaverse by 2026. That's already happening in my household. I don't know about yours. But that certainly opens up to a myriad of challenges as it relates to cybercrime. We saw one of our biggest cybercrimes committed in March this year, the Ronin network hack. Now, when you read about it and you look at it, when you're like you or I, you think, okay, it's just happening in the ether, it doesn't matter. But actually, when you look into it, Ian in Ireland got hacked, and he lost £10,000 of his hard-earned cash in that crypto hack, right? He said in his interview that actually he didn't feel he was that badly impacted. He knows people that lost their whole life savings in that hack, right? Substantially more than what he lost. So crime's definitely a real thing as it relates to metaverse, but how do you police something where you have no borders or bodies? So where does this take us? So what I'd like to do is in my next 10 minutes, just spend a few minutes through some what-if lenses to think about how big this is. In my view, this is big, and you need to think big now. So what if gaming could earn you real-world money? What if traditional finance got serious about Web3 and metaverse? So, you know, the Visas and the MasterCards of the world. And then what if mixed reality became widely adopted? So we'll work through each of these. So interestingly, as it relates to gaming, and I think we've talked to about some of it today, but we're already seeing a shift to play to earn, where actually individuals, maybe some of our children in here, are starting to play to earn. But it's actually gone another level. So some of the observations we found is actually, there's actually one Vietnamese that gave up his full-time job to become a gamer and earn, because he was earning enough to feed him and his family of 4. We're also seeing concerts in Fortnite. So real artists, real consumers, or real fans, real artists earning money, and real fans experiencing their favorite artists from the luxuries of their own home or living room. But what we're also seeing in the game world is people like Nike and Louis Vuitton working in there to target those customers as their consumers, selling them skins like Nike or Louis Vuitton bags. So be careful if your wives want to use metaverse, not too close. So I think it's certainly coming. We're in the observations, we're really seeing a real shift take place and a real move towards this. But what we're also seeing is things like move to earn. So recently there's a block sneaker company. You buy the sneakers, you run in them, and as you run, you accumulate cryptocurrency, which you can convert. So you're starting to see a lot more of this commerce take place. The recent one I heard last week was about walking a dog. So you can go out and walk your virtual dog and accumulate cryptocurrency or real-life money. So I suppose that's all well and good. Some of the considerations you've got to have when it comes to gamification, one is obviously coming from the UK taxations. So there's going to be how do you regulate, how do you do the financial reporting, and what are the taxation implications, but also the safety implications. So if our young children are playing on here, what are the implications? Because actually they then open up to harassment and crimes like that. So we have to be very careful from that perspective. But it's the beginning of that journey. Second is traditional finance. Now, traditional finance, it feels like they're embracing it as it relates to metaverse, so or crypto, should we say? And we've heard a lot about it today. But Visa has crypto-linked cards, has made I think $2.5 billion in payments in the first quarter of this year. Mastercard has opened a line of business in Web3 and NFTs. You've got the crypto wallet from PayPal, who have got now 80 million wallets that exist out there and taking payments. And then you've got the traditionals like JP Morgan opening their Onyx lounge in the metaverse, and HSBC, who said they're going to start closing their bricks and mortar stores and focus on opening more in the metaverse. So you're really starting to see this really taking up some momentum. Obviously, from a financial or a financial perspective, it's interesting to see how individuals are getting comfortable with trading or buying and doing business or just consumerism within kind of the crypto world, and it's becoming a normality. So I think the key considerations in this is really about the considerations surrounding cybersecurity and the implications, but also around how do banks start thinking about kind of a blended model where they can use, they can manage traditional finances, but also some of the new crypto finances, because people want to be able to almost, or will want to be able to work in both worlds. I'm working to my 5 minutes. Final what if? What if mixed reality became widespread? Well, I shared my prediction with you earlier, but we're expecting around about 70 million devices to be shipped next year. But over and above that, we're actually seeing new, more advanced devices coming out where you don't have to be tethered to your desktop, which means you can move around and be more mobile. They're being enabled with 5G, which means you can be a lot more flexible of where you are and where you're working. But they're starting to be making really sexy, right? So Ray-Ban's brought out the new pair of glasses in their collaboration between Ray-Ban and Meta, where you can start tether it with your phone, have your 5G card, take photos, send text messages as you go. So you can imagine that becoming mainstream very, very quickly. Now, the observation here is actually COVID-19 has made it a lot easier for us to adopt interacting in this way using technology. I think it's just got to come down from having to wear a big pair of glasses like this gentleman is here to something a bit more slicker, to actually being open to transacting in this new way and adopting this type of technology. So I think the way we're going to transact in the future is going to fundamentally change, and I think the inroads or the on-ramp to that way and that social acceptance has started already with our children, and we are, by being sat in this room trying to understand what's going on in the world, are also starting to accept some of these changes. So do let me know when you do let your children have their credits in Roblox, because I've restricted it for another, I said 19, but I don't think I'm going to get away with that. So, guys, just to bring this to a close, and I've got 2 minutes, I'm told. Is that right? In my humble view, metaverse is real. It's here to stay. It is about our imagination around how big it can get and how fast it moves. However, I do believe that some of that speed we can't really control because it's the next generation driving their habits, their consumer habits. I think Web3 and the metaverse has forced the governments to rethink their role in a decentralized environment or a decentralized world. But also from an economic perspective, we're actually seeing or predicting there's $1 trillion a year going to be made out of this industry in the coming years. So I suppose this just really leaves us at trying to think about what's our role, right? So there's certainly going to be a policy role, and then the purists in the room will actually say, given it's decentral, does policy and government have a role to play in the metaverse? So suppose that what I'll leave with you is, what is the role of the government? Is the role of the government to be owning the identity and governing the identity in the metaverse? Quick show of hands. Who feels we're headed towards a metaverse first world? 7. Excellent. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hussein. So, hello, Metaverse world. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the forum, we are very honored to have you here, and I hope you had an amazing experience with us for the last 2 days. Wish you all the best, and thank you, and see you maybe next year. Assalamu alaikum.